Evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of Pinole, and I'd like to talk about two topics tonight. First off, the coronavirus. Unfortunately, we continue to see an increase in case rates in Pinole over the last 14 days. According to the county's website, we've had 83 cases, which gives us a case rate for the last 14 days per 100,000 of 428.5. Which is above the countywide average and also above the average for every city in the county except for El Cerrito, Pleasant Hill, Martinez, San Ramon, Lafayette, Moraga, Hercules, and Crockett. So COVID's definitely spreading more frequently. I would strongly encourage everyone to wear masks, especially in crowded indoor areas. Secondly, I'd like to say a few words in praise of our district attorney, Diana Becton, and she's running for re-election in this cycle, and I believe she should be re-elected. As the East Bay Times notes, she's done a significant amount to rework the fundamental structure of the county's DA's office, which was difficulties when she was appointed after her predecessor was forced to resign after his felony perjury conviction. So she created a cold cases unit and a conviction integrity unit. And she also managed to successfully charge a police officer who recklessly fired at a car police were trying to stop, as again, the East Bay Times editorial notes. Went ahead, just as importantly, to set up the necessary infrastructure to make sure that that case tried through to a conviction rather than rushing it and potentially leading to a split jury on all charges. Finally, her work to address racial disparities within the criminal justice system, particularly with our youth, works to improve equity in the county as a whole and works to that county resources are used to go after the most important crimes rather than going for a mass dragnet to arrest lots of children and then lock them up when there are other practices that are more effective. For those reasons, it's my intent to vote for DA Becton this June, and I would encourage all others to do likewise. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, any other person who wants to talk tonight?
Yes, we have a telephone caller, last four numbers, 5748. Go ahead.
You state your name and city of residence.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please state your name and city of residence.
My name is Anthony, and I'm a longtime resident of City of Pinole, over 45 years. And I would like to ask the city a couple things. One is, can they give us an update here live on what the situation is to date on capturing the shooter at the Pinole Valley bowling alley parking lot that happened over a month and a half ago? We're kind of some of us were last to hear that it was they just posted a picture of the person, the shooter, last week on the television, but he hadn't been apprehended, or they don't know what city he resided from or what area of the state or wherever he's from. And I think the city should be the first to know or to advise the general public. And I think the city and the county and our police department should put together a $10,000 reward to move this case along, because every other city that does that, they seem to get some response. But we can spend, $40,000 to $80,000 on other projects like fireworks and parklets and what have you, but we can't put a reward out for someone that comes in and shoots up our city. And that bowling alley should be reported to the ABC. And it might be a question where maybe their license should be looked at, whether it's being abused or not, because there's a lot of activity. And it took that incident for them to put new parking lights all over the city, all over the parking lot in the bowling alley there, so people could feel safer now. And it was like 2 weeks ago, they broke in the Kyoto ramen new shop. Some vandals broke out the windows there, and they had, because they said the landlord or the tenant didn't want to pay for security lights out there. But that was one question. The other one I had is I didn't get an update on who is responsible for cleaning up the outside of the public library, the fencing, the utility box has been torn up there, the parking lot lights that serve as dual purpose lights with the tennis court. 3 or 4 lights are still out there to date. And at 10 o'clock at night, all lights are shut off. So it's really dark there. And I suggest they fix the lights in the parking lot and tennis courts that would serve as a dual purpose once and for all, as well as some of the stoplights up and down Pinole Valley Road that are out, and why the city asked the public to go write the serial numbers down. Well, that's a safety issue. If you want public to go out in the middle of the arterial or middle of the street during the day or the night to write down serial numbers and someone gets hurt or run over, the city is going to have a lawsuit on their hands. And also the weed
Thank you, sir.
Without the weed.
So as I said it earlier, Pinole is a safe city. Crime has decreased for the last 10 years. What have happened on March 27th was not a reflection of what Pinole is, but a reflection of the society we live in. We'll be more than happy to provide you an update. And Mr. City Manager, if we can get back to Mr. Vosbrick later on providing him updates on the public library cleanup and who's in charge of the area around, but we can get back to Mr. Vosbrick at a later time. I would appreciate it. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have any other questions, please? And the question's not,
Yes,
sorry.
Yvette Rico. Go
Good
ahead,
evening,
Ms. Rico.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Yvette Rico, and I am the chair of the Pinole for Fair Government. Tonight, I'd like to tell you about our community conversations. We've had 2 so far. They were very well attended, and the community came out, and I think they really appreciated the effort to communicate with them and reach out to them. On April 23rd, we had scheduled Chief Neil Gang, who was unable to attend. However, we did receive a visit from 4 patrol officers, Sergeant Breckenridge, Officers Peterson and Lewis, and then Counselor Anthony Tate stepped in as well to help us get through that community conversation without the chief. On May 7th, Mayor Salimi was our guest, and he was very well received, and the meeting was very well attended with a lot of information, a lot of back and forth. I think it was a very valuable experience for everyone who was there. We had the next one scheduled for this Saturday with Supervisor John Joya. However, Supervisor Joya is very busy and has asked that we switch his date. So we made a switch, and his speaking date will now be Saturday, June the 18th. On Saturday, June the 11th, it'll be Fire Chief Chris Wincott. Those will be the last 2 appearances before we could go into the July appearances, and I will report back to the City Council as we conclude the series of events. So I hope everyone can join us on Saturday, June 11th, with Fire Chief Chris Wincott at 592 Tennant Avenue. Our meeting will start at 1 and will end at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Any other citizen who wish to talk tonight?
Just doing one last check. Public comments.
Excellent. That concludes item number 6. Then I will move on to item number 7, which is report and communications. 7A, Mayor's report. This coming Thursday at 4 p.m. we'll be having a ribbon cutting for Dr. Lee Hospital right next to the Starbucks. It'll be at 4 p.m. And that concludes my report. Item number 7B, mayoral and council appointments. We do not have any at this moment. Item 7C, city council committee reports and communication.
Actually, Mayor, we do.
Yes, I do see. I do apologize. It was somehow
misplaced.
Misplaced under 7C1, so I will go back to 7B as Bravo. And tonight we have a community service commission, and we have an appointment to be made. Let me go to that report here.
Tonight is approval of community service appointments. There are currently 2 vacant seats and 4 seats with incumbents serving whose terms have expired on the Community Service Commission. We opened and have been running an active recruitment for this commission to receive applications of interest. And as of May 2nd, we had 1 new application from Christy Lamb Julian, and confirm the interest of all incumbents to continue serving in their which consists of Councilmember Tave and Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, is recommending the appointment of all of the applicants: Christy Lamb Julian, Laurel Martin, Debbie Ojeda, Bob Kopp, Darren Clark.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. It looks like there's a recommendation from the staff, and I don't see any objection. Councilmember Martinez Ruben, please go ahead.
Thank you. I want to thank all the incumbents or the people who have been on the Community Services Commission to date. Some of them have been there since its beginning. Welcome to prospective members. My question to Ms. Bell, how many applicants did we receive for the positions that were vacant?
We received the 1 new application from Christy Lamb Julian.
Okay.
And one thing I just want to also mention, because I realize I didn't, 2 years each. So if that could be part of the motion, that would be great.
And the applications continue to be available, vacancies continue. And so is there any end period for receiving applications?
At this point, I decided to keep the recruitment open since we still, after council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then I know we have a member of the public who would like to make a comment. Mr. Rafael Menez, please go ahead, and we'll go back to the City Council for vote.
Just like to briefly say that based on my work with all of the incumbent applicants on the Community Services Commission and my work with Christy Lamb Julian, I think they would all do excellent work on the Community Services Commission, and I urge the council to accept the recommendations of the interview subcommittee. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Council, please, if I can have a vote.
Mayor,
With,
we do
2
have
years.
a public comment.
Madam Irma Report, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Loud
Yes.
and clear.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'd like to echo the same sentiments the prior speaker mentioned. Christy M. Julian, she'd be great. I know her. She'd do a great job. One thing I'd like to make a request: when there are vacancies, please put the number of vacancies available. I know I've applied and I was, otherwise told selected. But I will look forward to applying again. Thank you, Mayor. Have a good evening.
Thank you. The council, please, can I have a vote for a 2-year term? Madam Maureen Thoms, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the recommendation of the interview subcommittee for the appointments for a 2-year term.
Thank you. May I have a second, please?
A second.
Madam City Clerk, roll call.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Sure.
Councilmember Toms,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Salini.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes that item B1, 7B1. Then we'll move on to item 7C, City Council Committee Reports and Communication. I will start with our Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 reports and updates for the community. First and foremost, I want to invite the community to this month's MCE Clean Energy Board meeting. That's this Thursday. There will be a variety of topics discussed, and all of the agendas are available on mcecleanenergy.org. The meeting, so if you have any questions or comments that you'd like to make, please do. There will be an update on the MCE trip to Washington, D.C., as well as approval of a few contracts. So with regards to our electric vehicle charging, not City of Pinole, but the company. So if you are interested, please check out the website, mcecleanenergy.org. And we'd love to have public comment there. I lastly want to really congratulate the city staff, City Manager Murray, as well as Director Whalen, and of course, our Capital Improvement and Environmental Program Manager. I hope I got that title right, Misha Carr. The staff this month really made this possible, but MCE put in this month's spotlight Pinole's efforts to build a more sustainable future. And it's really remarkable to see all of the work that has been that is in this article, but really all the work that the city has done, from emission reductions to building a more green economy to, of course, our upcoming work around environmental justice and building out a climate action plan. MCE decided, to kind of highlight city staffs and this council's and of course our city's focus on, again, protecting the environment and really taking the next steps as a small city of under 100,000 people to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So I just want to give a major shout out to the staff who made that possible and all the work you all are doing, because now regionally it's getting noticed. And I'm just so grateful to both be a part of the city, but also have tremendous and phenomenal staff who are leaning and really leading at this point on this work. And it's something to be accomplished. So round of applause to you all. I've shared the article on my own social media, but I will lean into City Manager Murray for where that article will be shared. It is on MCE's website, so if you all want to read it, please check it out. But again, congratulations to our city staff for all your hard work. It's truly commendable, and I am truly. And that concludes my report, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Councilmember Dave, good evening, sir. Can you please go ahead, 3 minutes each? Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to report that I had a chance to attend Cal Cities last week. It was Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday. I was able to sit on one of the panels. It was intergenerational leadership with about 40 electeds in attendance. Shared the stage with Mayor of San Pablo, Rita Xavier, Councilmember Tessa Rudnick from El Cerrito, and a council member, Eli Hill from San Rafael, where we had a chance to go over leadership and what that looks like on a diverse council. I think one of the big takeaways, and I'll be brief, is just the management of risk, right? and how risk management changes over time as you get older, and the ability to take risk when needed and manage it when it might be too risky to jump into something. But it was a great conversation across the panel. It really was enlightening. We had a lot of people come up and ask questions afterwards and exchange cards. So it was a great event. I was also able to attend a budget update, which was more around the state's surplus and kind of where that money is settling in on housing, infrastructure. I mean, it's all the things that we, funny enough, talk about here at council on a day-to-day basis. So that was good news. Just wanted to also mention that municipal code got moved. So next week on Monday, we're going to be meeting with Councilmember Tom and myself to just go over a few items. So looking forward to that and just trying to make sure we stay healthy and wearing the mask and keeping things moving as best we can. So that's all for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. Since we're mentioning Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I attended the West Cap board meeting along with Councilmember Martinez Rubin, and we went over and approved the SB1 State of Good Repair project list for the next fiscal year, and also worked on the adoption of disadvantaged business enterprise goals for future fiscal years. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. You mentioned Councilmember Martinez Rubin. It's your turn. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Like this tech team. Okay.
Perfect.
Yes. I attended the West Contra Costa Transportation Advisory Committee WICTAC special meeting on Friday the 13th. And it was a special meeting because their consultant, Kimberly Horn, reported on phase 2 of a study of the Contra Costa Transportation Authority and WICTAC on San Pablo Avenue's multimodal corridor study. So the corridor is from Hilltop to the Albany border, all on San Pablo, and its purpose is to improve mobility, efficiency, safety, to sustainably meet current and future transportation needs and help support strong growth along the corridor. So a couple of conditions that exist today on that stretch of San Pablo: overlapping local and rapid bus service, provides service every 7 minutes. For some people, that's a little too long to wait. There are bike lanes only in some segments in the city of San Pablo and newly constructed in El Cerrito, but it's only approximately 20% of corridors. There are long gaps between pedestrian crossings and many uncontrolled crossings. Sidewalks are continuous but narrow and not well buffered from traffic in some locations. And then the corridor curb to curb width varies significantly. And that's important because part of the study was an analysis to try to determine what might work best if indeed grand project implementation occurs to the point or the kind that are being experienced in Alameda County these days. So if no changes to San Pablo Avenue are made, there's a projection of 69% increase in afternoon traffic delay by 2035, 12 minutes of additional Route 72R rapid travel time, continued safety issues, injuries or fatalities that have occurred involving pedestrians or cyclists. Walking and biking will remain difficult, discontinuous bicycle facilities, and challenges crossing San Pablo Avenue and side streets. So there would be more difficult time consuming access to jobs and to bus lanes, whether they be center running or side running. And a large portion of the meeting was to inform us about what this group determined might be advantages and disadvantages of either center running bus lanes or side running bus lanes, none of which are going to be created anytime soon. There is no funding for this, but the study has decision makers consider the potential that any one of those options or alternatives exist, and to try to begin to think about what approach might be taken. So the questions that were asked were, should we focus right now on pedestrian safety improvements only? Should we continue to consider a corridor-wide bus lane solution? And if a bus lane is desired, is there a preference for side running or center running? So there were a lot of details provided based on the study's findings. And some of the key takeaways, I'll just make it brief. Without improvements, congestion will significantly increase, 69% increase in delays, impacting mobility options. And on-street parking is currently plentiful and redundant, but new, more dense development will change the role of on-street parking. A low-stress bike facility cannot be provided, but parallel route options are limited in the northern portion. That's closer to us in Pinole, but not so close, really only up to about Loon Avenue in Richmond. And currently there is no community support for improvements in the corridor. I'm sorry, there is community support for improvements in the corridor, but no consensus thus far on the type of improvements. Although with the attendees of the WICTAC meeting were asked which their response to the presentation, generally speaking, we all made comments favoring basic safety improvements ought to be happening, short of eventually getting any funding to create the big changes. So more presentations of this type by Kimberly Horn will be made to July 17th at the city councils of San Pablo, Richmond, and El Cerrito, which are the cities that are involved in this portion of the corridor. Thank you for that. And as well as with my colleagues here on council, I encourage everyone to continue masking. Of course, vaccines are also still available. Boosters, get them as possible and stay safe as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. And at the next West Mayor's Conference, we will be having, I believe, WECTAC, and they'll be mentioning about congestion on Highway 80. I guess that's what we'll be mentioning, but we are trying to pick up and schedule that, and we'll be looking at the congestion of Highway 80 and how 80 differs from the other highways in the region, and what the projected numbers will be, and how much has been spent on 80 compared to how much has been spent on other highways in the region. Upcoming perfect report. Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. And that concludes item number 7C. Then I'll move on to item 7D, council request for future agenda items. I will start with Councilmember Thomas. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. About a month ago, we received a report from Pinole Creek Watershed group, and they included some policy and actions to recommend. And I would like to see if we can formally request that those recommendations go to the Municipal Code Committee for an agenda item.
Yeah, that's fine with me, Councilmember Tave.
I'm not sure if we brought this up before, but I'd like to see.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. I just wanted to ask if it's fine for the recommendation of Councilmember Thomas on bringing up this item to the Municipal Code.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, yeah. So I'll be right with you, sir. And yes on me, yes on Councilmember Thomas, and yes on Councilmember Tave. I think that's already 3 out of 5. Just in the sake of saving time, I will save time from other council members, but I don't see any objection, Councilmember Thomas. Please go ahead. City Manager Murray, please add it in your list, sir. Thank you. And other item, Councilmember Thomas?
No more.
Okay, Councilmember Tave, please go ahead.
I think we brought this up before, but I wanted to, after this conference in the panel, I'd like to see if we would explore a youth commission or a citizens academy. I think we talked about this. I'm not sure if it ever got implemented or not. I want to say it had to be about 3 years ago. We had mentioned it.
Yes.
And I do know that the chief does something, but Citizens Academy,
yes,
as one, and then 2, the exploration of youth.
I have discussed this with the city manager a few months ago, and I believe we'll be having a presentation coming up soon to the city council with an evaluation of how many commission we have and some recommendation of how many more should be created. And at that time, I think it will be a good time for us to discuss about it. City Manager Murray, is that correct? We'll be having an agenda item on the items on committees, correct?
So that's correct. There's a city council request for a future agenda item related to the role, form, and authority of our different existing and past city commissions. That's currently slated for discussion on at the council meeting of June 21st. And in addition, both the matter of a youth commission and a residence academy are being looked at by the communication engagement consultants, plan consultants. So they'll have a recommendation regarding whether that feels like a good fit for Pinole. So we are addressing some of those topics through those means, but the city council could have a future agenda item on them separately if it would like. It's really up to the council.
Councilmember Tev, thank you. That's up to
Yeah,
you.
I think we should wait until the reports come back and then.
Thank
have
you,
the
sir.
conversation.
Thank you, City Manager. It's Councilmember Tev, any other requests?
No, sir, we're great.
Thank you. You're welcome. Councilmember Martinez Rubin, please go ahead.
Thank you. No requests.
No requests. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Thank you, City Council. I do have 2 items that I would like to request. And one of the items is related to a subject that Councilmember Tev has brought up a few times, and I believe is also cited. And it's one of the item on the agenda tonight. It's the possibility of looking at and staff looking at providing us information on vacant parcel tax.
I'm in favor.
Okay, 1 person, 2 person. Do I have another? Councilmember Murphy, he says yes. That's 3 out of 5. Any objection? I don't see any. Thank you. If we can have the vacant parcel tax information brought back to the council, City Manager Murray, I would appreciate it. Thank you. On the same subject, if you look at this item tonight on one of the item on the agenda, and one of the other ways that City Council could be helping the city to generate money would be on looking at commercial cannabis. I don't have much information, but I was wondering if staff could get back with some additional information back to the City Council regarding commercial cannabis. It's just informational talk and information about how other cities are doing and dealing with it in the state of California. And
Yes.
yes,
Conversation.
the conversation.
No, I'm in favor.
Councilmember Thompson, yes. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
yes, and Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
I'll listen to all the discussion. Yes, sure.
Thank you. That's just a discussion at this moment. Thank you, council members. Mr. City Manager Murray and City Attorney Casher, I know that you have done that in the past for all the cities, so we look forward to hear back on the presentation and providing us information. Thank you so much. That concludes item number 7. And I will move on to item 7.
Mr. Mayor, you have
We
some
have a
public.
couple of public comments.
For public comments, I will come back at the end at 7. Okay, thank you at the very end. For item 7E, please, City Manager report and department staff report. Please go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. Very briefly, I really encourage folks to check the city website and our City Hall Facebook page and our biweekly administrative report to learn about the many upcoming community events that we're going to be hosting or facilitating. So we'll be having Community Service Day on Saturday, June 18th. We'll have the car show on the following weekend. And then the weekend after that, we'll be having a collaborative fireworks show on the 4th of July with Hercules. Fireworks are going to be launched from the Bayfront in Hercules, but will be viewable by a lot of waterfront locations. In addition, we will have a community meet and greet with local nonprofit organizations in Fernandez Park on the early afternoon of 4th of July. So we encourage folks to join for that. Just a lot of different community recreational and educational programs happening over the course of the next few months that we'd love to see the community on. Then just wanted to mention some of the items that we're expecting to be on our next City Council meetings agenda. That's on June 7th. We'll be, of course, recognizing Pride Month, June. We'll be recognizing Juneteenth holiday. There will be a presentation of a sewer system master plan, which is one of the capital asset management assessments we're doing. The city clerk will be calling for the municipal election and consolidated election with the county for November 2022. We'll be looking at a final proposed long-term financial plan and a new master fee schedule based on recommendations of consultants that have been working on that. The city council will be considering a draft city charter that incorporates a real property transfer tax. If not sooner than that, we'll be hearing the results from the polling firm that's conducting a likely voter poll of attitudes about the city's performance in various issues, as well as towards a potential charter city and real property transfer tax measure. And we'll be looking at the next version of the draft operating and capital budget. So that's what we have going on. Both of our meetings in June are going to be very busy, a lot of budget, but also other matters that we'll be discussing. And I just wanted to mention those. And that's all I have tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. That's a lot already. Thank you so much. And thank you for working so hard. And again, June 7th, it's an important day. It's election day. Don't forget to vote. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. And then I'll move on to the next item. I believe item 7F, which is the City Attorney Report. Good evening, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Salimi. Just briefly wanted to mention that our Assistant City Attorney, Alex Mogg, and I did end up attending the League of California Cities, or Cal Cities City Attorneys Conference down in Carlsbad the first week of May. It was attended by about 450 city attorneys from around the state. Our Assistant City Attorney Mogg did present his housing update, and I had my town hall presentation on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So very well attended, lots of really good panels and litigation updates, and lots of good information that was received. I just want to thank Councilmember Tate for mentioning our next municipal code update subcommittee meeting taking place on Monday. We'll be discussing some updates to the municipal code related to code enforcement and the code enforcement lien process, and then an amendment to our city's code of ethics. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. That concludes item 7F. And then I will open it back to the city public comments, please. Madam City Clerk, I believe we have 2 public comments tonight, and one of them is Mr.
Cordell Hindler.
Hindler.
Yep. Go ahead, Mr. Hindler. Yes, go ahead, sir.
So good evening, Mayor Salimi, council members. My name is Cordell Hindler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So under 7D for future agendas. So let me repeat my comments that I said last month. So here it is. For the June 21st agenda, I would like for the council to consider inviting Ms. LaVonna Martin to come and provide an update regarding on homelessness, because this is a very this is a serious matter that that I find it very unique to hear. So that's one possible item. Then the second item is I was thinking that to invite Sabrina Landreth to provide an update regarding how COVID has impacted park services, because if you recall last month when the Friends of Pinole Water Creek Shed folks came and gave their presentation, I was kind of inspired by their for all the volunteers that came together and clean up that park. I was very impressed. So kind of like, tying into this. And so I'm thinking that those are the 2 items that I would consider to having them coming for the June 21st agenda. So I would ask that if the council would consider inviting those 2 individuals to come for the 21st of June. If not, July will be even better. So that way that'll give them enough time to make a 10-minute PowerPoint presentation. So with that, I'll send my comments for the consent calendar.
Thank you, sir. I believe we have the next person who would like to talk with Mr. Rafael Menez.
So tonight, I'd like to ask that the council draft a letter in support of AB 1947, statewide legislation that would establish requirements for all police departments to have hate crime policies with certain elements, which the city of Pinole pretty much does already. If you look at policy number 323, hate crimes in the Pinole Police Department policy manual, I believe it's page 208 out of 786, you'll see pretty much all of what that bill requires is already implemented in Pinole police policy. And what the bill would do would basically make it so other police departments throughout the state would have to meet the standards that the Pinole Police Department already does. I think that would be a good idea. And therefore, I'm asking the city council to draft and approve a letter of support for legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
There
Madam
are
City Clerk,
no more public comments.
There's no more public comments. I will then close item 7 tonight, and I will move on to item 8, which is recognition presentations, community announcement. And tonight we do have a proclamation, which is for the National Police Week. And I will invite, please, the entire City Council to join me tonight to read that proclamation for National Police Week. National Police Week, May 11, 17, 2022. Whereas there are approximately 900,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including our current 24 sworn members of the police, of the Pinole Police Department, and
whereas in a resolution approved by the United States Congress in 1962, the president is authorized and requested to issue proclamations designating May 15th of each year as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of federal, state, and municipal officers who have been killed or disabled in the line of duty, and designating each year the calendar week during which May 15th occurs as Police Week. And
whereas the members of the Pinole Police Department play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the residents of the city of Pinole, and
whereas 3 Pinole police officers, Constable Arthur McDonald, Officer John M. Sellers, and Officer Floyd H. Bernie Schwartz, made the ultimate sacrifice, their lives, to protect the citizens of our city, and you're muted.
Pardon me. Okay, I've caught up with you. I had my
no problem, Councilmember Martinez-Uven. We'll start it again. We'll start it again just to have it in one. Can you please join me again to do the National Police Week, May 11, 17, 2022. Whereas there are approximately 900,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including our current 24 sworn members of the Pinole Police Department, and
whereas in a resolution approved by the United States Congress in 1962, the president is authorized and requested to issue proclamations designating May 15th of each year as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of federal, state, and municipal officers who have been killed or disabled in the line of duty, and designating in each year the calendar week during which May 15th occurred.
as the members of the Pinole Police Department play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the residents of the city of Pinole, and
whereas 3 Pinole peace officers, Constable Arthur McDonald, Officer John M. Sellers, and Officer Floyd H. Bernie Schwartz, made the ultimate sacrifice, their lives, to protect the citizens of our city, and
whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their police department, agency, and that members of our police department recognize their duty to serve the people of our city by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence or disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression or intimidation.
Now, therefore, I, Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, call upon all citizens of the City of Pinole and upon all patriotic, civic, and educational organizations to observe the week of May 11 to May 17 as Police Week, commemorating law enforcement officers in our community and across the nation, past and present, who by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities have rendered a dedicated service to the communities. I further call upon all citizens of the city of Pinole to serve May 15, 2022 as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of those law enforcement officers who, through their courageous deeds, have made the ultimate sacrifice to their community or have been disabled in the performance of duty. Let us all recognize and pay respect to the survivors of our fallen heroes. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all law enforcement for the work that you're doing. We always call you when we need you, and they always ignore you when they don't need you. It is always a difficult situation to be a law enforcement, especially nowadays, but we need you more than any time. And I'm very honored to serve you as a mayor this year, and I can just commend you for everything that we have done. And I would like the chief of police to go ahead, and I would have the rest of the city council to talk. Please go ahead.
Mayor and council, thank you so much. I can tell you that the dedicated men and women of the Pinole Police Department, thank you for this proclamation, this recognition. We are very blessed to serve our community in Pinole. And our thoughts and prayers go out to all those that had to pay the ultimate sacrifice in their communities. And the last thing I'll say, and I'll be brief, is that to the families of our 3 fallen heroes, we will never forget, and we will never forget you. So thank you again for recognizing us. We really appreciate it. And again, so blessed to be able to serve the mayor, council, and certainly our community. So thank you again.
Thank you, Chief. Council members, would you like to add anything else, please? Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, please go ahead.
Thank you. Tech issues aside, I did not plan that, but I was so glad that Mayor Salimi asked us to repeat the proclamation. It was well worth repeating it. And I think it's something that the police department and people who serve in it, both sworn officers and otherwise, as a team, remember this proclamation year round. And thank you for keeping us as safe as possible. There are so many circumstances these days, probably multiplied 3, 4, even more times made greater than decades ago when our city was considered to be among the safest. Attitudes among the public have shifted with their regard toward police, not always based on circumstances that are comparable across the community, but certainly influence the way police are regarded. From my perspective, it is an honor to serve along with you, this city, as best as we can do to continue to engage our community and to have them understand that they also play a role in keeping our community safe and working along with you as you and your officers reach out continuously to try to involve us all in the prevention of crime, in the prevention of attitudes that influence people's disregard for human life, and also in the prevention of mental health issues that unfortunately also influence the way people's regard for community policing is, and as well also often affect our own police officers. So with all respect that I can express here, thank you, Chief, and your team for keeping our community safe and for all that you do.
Thank you for your kind words. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Tave, please go ahead.
Yeah, Chief, I just want to say thank you. I know that the past, especially just me being here on council and the rest of us, we definitely did not expect COVID, did not expect a lot of the things that happened that were pretty much unprecedented throughout. But I do want to thank you and point out throughout that whole time, you answered our questions, you answered our community's questions, We've had officers do the coffee with the cop. We've had officers reach out and make sure that they were available to answer these difficult questions and conversations as your profession has started to come front and center, and a lot of the policy making the country on down to us has been making. And I just want to thank you for your professionalism and being there and answering and having those difficult conversations. And that's one-on-one within the community, Coffee with a Cop, all the events that you've been doing. You haven't lost that community and that common touch. And I want to say thank you to you and your officers for that. And that the city of Pinole values your service with all the questions and, you know, the bear, the cat, the bear cat and all that stuff. I know that these are not easy conversations. And I would just want to say, we appreciate you for being engaged with that. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
So Member Thoms, please go ahead.
Yes, I would echo all of the comments that my colleagues have mentioned, but also just highlight the fact that all of your department, the hard work they do on community outreach and the communication channels that you're instilling in all of the officers, you know, whether it's hints on how to keep us safe, keep our property safe, and just, you know, the communication and the community outreach that you do for different programs. There's one, I hope you're able to talk about what you're planning for tomorrow in Project Hope. That was mentioned in another meeting I attended earlier today, and it just, Pinole should be proud of what you and the other officers are doing. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you mentioned that, and I'll just take a brief second. We do have Project Hope tomorrow. It is our extreme efforts to go out and help and provide resources to the homeless in our community, and not just our community, but regionally. We will be meeting up at Motel 6 tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning and be able to provide resources, showers and clean clothes, and have CORE there and provide people with an opportunity to find shelter. So it's a real inclusive event that we try to provide services for all our homeless community in Pinole, which we take very serious. And we really find that it's really necessary for us to help bridge that gap and understand that arresting our way out of those situations is not the mechanism in place, that we want to provide resources so these people can get the help they need, get the services they need, and we can be the bridge to help them to get those services. So again, thanks for bringing that up. I really appreciate it. We're proud of the program, and certainly we'll invite anybody that's available to come out there and meet us and be a part of that. Because once you see that in place and see that working, it will give you a different set of perspectives when it comes to that type of situation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Chief Wanku from the fire department, please go ahead.
Yes, and to echo everybody's sentiments, but also from one public safety organization to another, on behalf of the Pinole Fire Department, Chief Gang, we just wanted to thank you and express our appreciation to you for all that you do, for your excellence, and in recognition of this National Police Week and always. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Wanku. That means a lot. And just an overall sentiment to everybody. I've been doing this, I'm in the profession over 30 years now, and we are very, very blessed to have the council and the mayor and the staff that we get to work for. And listen to that. We work for you, and we understand that. And again, it's a blessing to be able to have the support that we get from our staff, our community, and particularly our council. So thank you so much. We do recognize that.
Chief, a few weeks ago, we had the open door at the police department, and the members of the community visited the department. And among those members of the community, we actually had the international crew, and some of them come from France. And they had a chance to visit other police departments in Europe, and they were impressed by the level of professionalism and the technology tools that you were using in the Pinole Police Department. And they were telling me that Pinole is probably 10 to 20 years ahead of what they have in Europe. Congratulations again. Thank you.
Again, thank you. I'm here accepting the proclamation, but really the people doing the hard work are on the streets right now protecting us. And I will pass on the sentiment, but it's really the great work of the people that I have the pleasure of leading every day. So thank you so much.
Thank you again. That concludes proclamation. Item 8, and tonight we do not have a presentation, so I will move on to item number 9, which is the consent calendar. Madam City Clerk, before I ask the City Council, do we have any public comments on any item on the agenda?
Yes, we have a few virtual hands. We'll start with Cordell Hindler.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. If you don't mind stating which item you have comments on.
Mayor, I think we may have skipped public comment for the proclamation.
I do apologize. I turn it back to 8 for public comments on the recognition presentation. I do apologize.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Thank you. So good evening, Mayor Salimi, Council, Cordell Handler, Richmond. So I do want to thank Chief Gang and his team for all the hard work that they have done for Pinole PD. Every time when a business calls y'all, they come like that. I was like, talk about perfect timing. I was like, whoa. I said to myself, I do come to the city of Pinole occasionally, but as far as like, you know, coffee with a cop is like, I wouldn't mind going back to there again. So you guys put in a lot of hard work to make Pinole safe. Shoot, I might need some protection myself when I come to the council meeting again at some point, but I digress. But in all fairness, I think the police department has really outdone themselves. They really make sure that the community is safe, and hopefully that the public will be able to come back into the chambers at some point. So that's it, and I will save my comments for the consent calendar. That's it. Next.
Thank you, sir. And then we have our former mayor and actual city treasurer, Mr. Roy Sorensen. Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yeah. Swearingen, former mayor York. I had the opportunity of working with Chief Gang for the past 12 years that I was on the city council. And what he's done with this police department is extraordinary. We have a very sound police department who is up to date on all the needs. I'd like to say that congratulations to him and his team of officers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments.
Phil Menace.
I'd like to start by echoing the comments of many of the council members. The Pinole Police Department has to do a lot of work covering the entire city. Sure that, you know, they can respond to crimes as quickly as possible, because as much as we might like to be able to reach into the future, for the most part, the police department can't prevent crimes from occurring in the first place. They have to react and hopefully be able to arrest or otherwise deal with the individuals who caused the crimes. I'd like to thank, acknowledge those individuals who made the ultimate sacrifice of the line of duty. But most importantly, I'd like to note that above and beyond that, above the standard stuff that every police department does, the Pinole Police Department also does a lot of work to both maintain the health of the officers who are, in a large way, who are being recognized this week through the stuff like the Asher program, Milo, the various progressive policies that Chief Gang and the city have adopted to help maintain officer mental and physical health as time goes forward, and also to maintain lines of communication between the police department and the community. Above and beyond, you know, just the regular being out on the beat, there's also coffee with the cops. There's going to events like the Pinole for Fair Government event that was mentioned earlier. and other events. So I'd like to thank Chief Gang and the police department as they're being recognized today for their efforts to engage with the community and make sure that the community and the police department are safe and healthy, both physically and mentally. Thank you all.
Thank you. And
There
thank
are
you.
no more public comments regarding the proclamation.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you to your police department for everything that you have been doing. That concludes item number 8. Then I will move on to item number 9. And I will start with public comments on item number 9, and then I will turn it back to City Council. Good evening. I believe we have one of our planning commissioner and citizen of the city of Pinole, Anne Moriarty, would like to talk tonight.
Mayor, you said turn it back to City Council, so I just...
No, I'm sorry. I would like to go back to public comments first.
Okay.
Item number 9, please.
Thank you. We will start with Anne Moriarty. Moriarty, are you able to unmute yourself?
I unmuted?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and citizens. I am Anne Moriarty, and I'm on the board of Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed. I would like to speak to the Resolution 9D, authorizing the City of Pinole and Contra Costa County to enforce single-use foodware accessories limitations contained in Assembly Bill 1276. Having completed a trash assessment analyzing trash found in Pinole Creek, and knowing that a large percentage of trash found was single-use plastics, I'm glad to see this bill come into effect. I hope that there will be sufficient notification of restaurants and fast food establishments so that we will see efficient implementation and a positive response from the community. I also hope that enforcement will be effective and wonder how code enforcement will be notified of violations so that appropriate action can be taken. In addition, I want to encourage the council to move efficiently to expand Ordinance 8.37.020, which prohibits the use of polystyrene-based disposable foodware, to require that all foodware distributed in the city of Pinole and used at city facilities be compostable. If we change the nature of trash and work to decrease the amount of trash with a multifaceted approach, I believe Pinole will be a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Rafael Menace.
Tonight, I just have some comments about item C, the resolution on Ukraine. I'd like to thank the council for taking up this resolution in the first place. And I also have a question about the wording of resolution. It states that the invasion of Ukraine, attacks against its people, been broadly condemned by the United Nations, United States President, etc. It seems like an awkward phrasing. Could that maybe be changed to be President of the United States or Bishop of the United States? And otherwise, I'm in agreement with the resolution and I urge the council to adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bryce Swearingen.
I think his hand must have been raised by mistake, but I don't know. So Yeah, the hand is not raised anymore. Okay, no problem. His hand is raised again.
Mr. Swearingen, are you able to unmute yourself?
I think so. Did I do that?
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I keep getting that note on the screen to unmute. Just like to say a little bit about the consent item about our former planning director, Allison. I fully support that plaque. It's really well deserved. He was a martyr in this community. He bought a home here 24/7, just about on city business. He would go out on Saturdays and Sundays and roam throughout the community and look at just a real full. It was unfortunate that he passed away at a young age, but he gave a lot to Pinole, and we would not have a new treatment plant now if it wasn't for him. He was the one who spearheaded that and took the lead on it. They were Hercules to agree to it after they got some misinformation that they could go to Richmond for a cheaper price and get the land they needed for the pipeline from the railroad. So that was just one item, but there was a number of them. I could go on, but I'm not going to support this. I'm glad it's finally coming to fruition. I do want to make sure that the family is, yes, I have their numbers. They're back in New York. And she is really, really supportive and is willing to help us out with the cost of the plaques.
Yes, thank you, sir. Please share that number with the staff so we'll make sure they will be reached out. Thank you. That I don't see any other hands from the public, Madam City Clerk. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Mayor.
Thank you. Then I will close the public section, comments section, and I will turn it back to the City Council and Councilmember Thoms. Please go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to move approval of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, City. Before I do that, I see the Mayor Pro Tem's hand raised. Do you have a question about any item that?
No, I was just seconding, Mayor.
Okay, no problem. So we have a second. Madam City Clerk, can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Thoms,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Excellent. That concludes item number 9. Then I will move on to item number 10, none. Item number 11, old business. Some have scheduled it to start it at 7:10. I'm right on schedule. Item number 7:10, which is new. Item number 11A, old business, revised proposed long-term financial plan for fiscal year 2022-2023. Fiscal year 2026-2027, and we have our Finance Director, Hillary. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor Salimi, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, members of the City Council, city staff, and members of the public. I will be providing an overview of the revised proposed long-term financial plan for the fiscal years 22-23 through 2026-27. Recommendation for this item is for the City Council to review the revised plan and to provide direction. Staff will take direction and incorporate that into the next draft of the document, which will be the final proposed version of the long-term financial plan. And that will be brought back before the City Council for adoption at its meeting on June 7th. An overview of the purpose of the long-term financial plan. It is important to note that it's not a budget itself, but a tool to identify and start to address issues and also address opportunities for revenue enhancements and reductions in expenditures from a planning perspective. And that's typically done through the annual budget process. The long-term financial plan includes a forecast of the city's budget condition over the next 5 years by incorporating a financial forecast. It also identifies major financial challenges and opportunities and provides the city with the chance to proactively begin to address those items. It recommends policy and program alternatives in the way of suggestions for revenue enhancements, as well as ways to reduce expenditures, and those are included in the long-term plan. It also serves as a reference or tool to staff and the city council for the development of operating and capital budget, as well as other operational needs, or looking at organizational structure, looking at possibly expanding or initiating new programs and such. It provides a tool to be able to see how those things would impact the city's financial condition. Next slide. So here's some updates for the long-term financial plan. We did provide the preliminary proposed plan at the special city council meeting on April 26th. We received feedback from the public and also from city council. We've incorporated a number of those changes into the revised plan, and that included an update to the status quo financial forecast, which has been updated, and I'll talk more about or give more details about that in just a moment. It is essentially balanced over the 5-year period. In the policy alternatives section for additional revenue, the city council did ask for information to be included on general obligation bonds. That information has been included. Also information on other potential local taxes, including the cannabis tax and the vacant parcel tax, and we'll be bringing back additional information on those items at a future date. It also includes an overview of grants and how the city could leverage those funds for new programs or to fund existing programs, as well as capital projects. And also related to that, in the city strategic plan 2020 through 2025, there is a strategy to opportunities and to evaluate the city's capacity to meet grant requirements, to be able to leverage funds for grants that are provided by other levels of government, as well as private organizations. And so that is a strategy that is underway. The plan includes the status quo financial forecast. And what's meant by status quo is it's pretty much the baseline budget, meaning that it shows the city's forecasted revenue, ongoing revenue versus its ongoing expenditures to measure whether the city has the ability to meet its ongoing obligations with its ongoing financial resources. The current financial forecast indicates that the city is able to fund its ongoing expenditures with ongoing revenues. So we have adjusted the forecast to exclude any one-time items for revenues and expenditures. It also indicates that the city is able to fully fund its general reserve as per the city's reserve policy. The forecast also reflects a significant increase, which increases the city's baseline revenues in fiscal year 23-24. That increase is due to the increase in property tax revenue for the retirement of the former redevelopment debt. There were a number of updates that were also made to the forecast itself. And one of those included increasing the transfer from the OPEB trust. So the city's practice in the prior years were to backfill the increase in pension contributions for the general fund only. We've expanded that calculation, or staff is recommending to expand that calculation to include not only the general fund, but also the Measure S 2006 and 2014 funds, which increases the amount that would be transferred from the OPEB trust to the general fund to cover the increase in pension costs. And what we do with that is we look at the budgeted costs versus the actuals for the baseline year of fiscal year 18-19. We take the difference, and that is the amount that is transferred from the OPEB trust into the general fund. So as I mentioned, we're now recommending to expand that to include all general funds. So that includes the Measure S funds. Another change that staff is recommending to implement is to include a vacancy savings factor in the budget. This is a common practice among public agencies. Typically, the city is running a number of vacancies on its books throughout the fiscal year. It's usually due to new positions being added that have yet to be filled, or positions that become vacant at some point in the year. And those are typically in the public safety areas. And what we've noticed is over the years, there's always a significant savings due to those vacancies in the budget when we look at the year-end actuals to budget. And so what we're recommending is to build in a savings factor using an equation of 5% of the salary budget in the general funds. And it comes out to about $510,000 for the fiscal year 22-23. And we've also included in the 5-year forecast for the long-term plan. So those are two of the major changes that were completed, which brings us to the revised proposed financial forecast. So just a reminder of the assumptions that we use to build the forecast. For our main sources of revenue, including our property tax, sales tax, and the motor vehicle in lieu fee, we do our projections provided by our sales tax and property tax advisors, which is HDL. For utility users tax, franchise tax, transient occupancy tax, and business license tax, as well as other revenues, which includes our interest income, grants, permits, fines, and fees, and so on. We use trend analysis. So we take a look back at the last 3 to 5 years and come up with an average growth rate going forward. We also consider the impacts of COVID, especially to areas such as the transient occupancy tax. And then we also refer to a number of industry references to project out over the period of the long-term forecast. For the charges for services, we have an interagency agreement between the city of Pinole, Hercules, and San Pablo. There's a formula built into that agreement, so we use that as the basis of assumption. And then going down to transfers in, as I mentioned, there is a city established formula that we use to transfer the funds from the OPEB trust into the general fund. On the expenditure side, we have a number of references that we use, and that includes labor agreements and PERS valuation reports, as well as rate schedules from a number of other agencies, including the Municipal Pooling Authority, which provides our premiums for workers' compensation and general liability insurance. And we base our budget and the forecasted years on those areas. PERS, for example, provides 5-year projections. For the labor agreements, we typically use the standard 3% increase for cost of living adjustments. For operations and maintenance, which includes professional services, maintenance, materials and supplies, we use a standard inflation factor, and the same for capital outlay. So this is operating capital outlay, not our capital improvement projects, which are detailed in the capital improvement plan. This is more of the day-to-day capital items such as laptops and computers and office furniture. For debt service, we use our debt payment schedule. In the general fund, there is only one debt service that we pay, and that is the 2006 pension obligation bonds, which goes through fiscal year 2036. And then for transfers out, we've pretty much kept those at a flat dollar rate. Those are primarily subsidies to the recreation fund and also the Pinole Community Television Fund to backfill the budget gap between revenues and expenditures, as both of those have expenditures that are not fully cost recoverable. So this represents the status quo financial forecast that was provided during the April 26th meeting. And at that time, we showed a deficit of about $164,000 for fiscal year 22-23, and then showed surpluses for the next 2 years, followed by deficits in 25-26 and 26-27. As I mentioned, we've made a number of adjustments to include the increase in the transfer in from the OPEB trust, as well as the vacancy savings factor, which has brought us to the revised status quo financial forecast on the next slide. So as we can see here, the revenues to expenditures are pretty much balanced, structurally balanced over the time period for the forecast, with the exception of fiscal year 22-23. And that's mostly due to a few newly requested positions, as well as some ongoing additional appropriations that have been included in the budget. And then with the increase in the property tax for fiscal year 23-24, we are projecting a surplus there, and then a surplus through 25-26 with a very minimal deficit in 26-27. So overall, the forecast is structurally balanced. Next. So for the next step in this process, we'd like to hear the City Council's feedback, and if you have any direction for us to make any changes to the plan before we prepare the final proposed long-term plan, which will be presented to the City Council at its meeting on June 7th for adoption. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Finance Director. Then I will turn it back to the City Council for questions and comments. Can you please combine your questions and comments, please? A few minutes each. Thank you. Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for that report. That's always very interesting, and it always spurs additional questions for me. So next year, we're going to get a bump in property tax because our debt service, we won't have debt service payments for former redevelopment. Is there ever an advantage to taking that surplus and pulling less money out of the OPED fund to leave those funds in OPED to make that kind of help us through future years when we're going to have a deficit?
If that is the direction of the council, yes. So according to the city's policy, that's not the policy that's in place at this time, but that could be something that
Okay, I'm just looking at, future years when we're anticipating to have a budget. And when I wasn't on the council, but I was paying attention to the council, way back in 2010, 2011, when we had significant deficits. And I'm just, always concerned about how, the economy is going to go through a cycle and how we best would write it out. So just, it's a thought. Thank you.
Yes, no problem. And just one thing to add there, we still have our general reserve in place, and that's still 50% of general fund expenditures going forward as well. So in addition to the unassigned fund balance that we may experience at the end of any given year, our general reserve is still intact.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. I don't see any other hands raised by any council members. Then I will turn it back to the public. I believe we have Mr. Rafael Menes who would like to take Madam City Clerk.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Menes.
Am I unmuted this time around?
Yes.
Okay. I started speaking and then it was muted again. So I wrote to Director Guillory earlier, and I guess I'd like to sort of follow up on those questions. It's my understanding that this General Fund Status Quo Financial Forecast, page 125 of the agenda packet, is made without the added positions that were requested in the budget process back on May 3rd. So assuming that that's the case and the various adjustments made were to account for the positions that were added in earlier years, as mentioned on page 124, that document, I was curious as to Dr. Guillory's opinion on my rough calculations with regards to the fiscal impact of adding those positions in based on certain assumptions, namely that salary due to the changes between this agenda item and prior. It seems, and based on the assumptions that it would lead to a deficit of $708,671 for next fiscal year, 21,594 for fiscal year 23-24, 169,089 for fiscal year 24-25, 288,562 for fiscal year 25-26, and 355,290 for fiscal year 26-27. And that's assuming that the various revenue adjustments made in these calculations for status quo fiscal forecast remain the same, but not accounting for any potential increased revenue that those positions might generate or any impact on the timing of projects, as is mentioned later on in the agenda, that may occur due to the addition of additional positions. So I was wondering if I could get Director Gilrea's feedback.
Thank you. Next person.
Royce Swearingen.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm unmuted now.
Yes.
Okay, great. Mr. Mayor, as far as the OPED fund that was set up several years ago, that was set up on the fact that the PERS plan, retirements, ages, et cetera, is going into the negative. I think you all know that. I think in balance the books so far is to borrow from their. At some point in time, they're going to go negative to the point where they're going to come back on the cities and ask them for the money. And that's why we set up that fund to protect us in that area. If you want to do that, or if you're thinking about doing it, state PERS system to analyze whether that system is going to sustain itself if we borrow money from our fund.
Thank you for your public comments. Madam Finance Director, can you please get back to Mr. Menez after the meeting, please, with his questions and answers. Councilmember Tev, please go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, and this is more of like the forecasting portion, right? Which I know is difficult, but there's the PEPPER program that came in is going to eventually affect our retirement system as far as PERS go. Do actuarials or anybody who does this kind of forecasting have any idea when we would see that start to really take into effect? And then I know that there's a lot of people moving into the retirement system that are coming into the workforce, right? But at what point do they forecast that threshold where we can start to see some benefits of the PEPRA? And I mean, I totally forgot, and I'm just full disclosure, what PEPRA means, but I know it's the new retirement system that's supposed to be supplementing the older retirement system. I'm just wondering if you could shed some light on how that affects our forecasting. I know that's probably a very difficult question. You probably got to get back, but when do they expect that to actually start helping? I mean, I know it's helping now, but significantly helping our retirement system.
I think we had the report made by your former assistant city manager back in 2018 with the graph.
We
it was shared with the council, yes, but I'll let the specialist talk about it. Please go ahead. Madam Finance Director, please go ahead.
Sure. So yes, I'll need to get back to you, council member, on that, but thanks for the question there. What I will say is, yes, that is the Reform Act for PERS. And currently with the vacant positions that we have and then the existing staff that was already in the PERS system, it's almost equal between folks that are on the classic PERS system versus PEPRA. And then most of the newer staff that are coming on board are coming in under PEPRA unless they come from another agency that's already in PERS. As of, I believe, 2013 is when the Reform Act went into effect. But looking at when we start to, I guess, break even in a sense or benefit from that, I can't answer that right now, but I can look into that for you and get back to you on that.
I mean, I know nobody has a crystal ball,
Yeah.
but at the same time, there has to be some type of window that should be emerging when we do these analysis that we start to see some type of realization of the benefits. I'm not sure if escalation is at the same or faster rate, and then the PEPRA doesn't hold. I mean, that's another reason I would like to kind of center in on that, because I know it's a benefit to the city and just to the state in general, right? So, and just kind of be watching that factor if they're not already, which I'm sure they are. But and that's how those 5% projections pop out of the HDL and those other agencies. But I'm just trying to figure out if we can kind of specifically look at that as it is for Pinole too. So thank you.
I just will add a little bit on that, which is, so we have the 5-year forecast that's in the long-term financial plan, has a line item that forecasts the city's contributions towards the employee pensions. And so you can see from that, and it's there are a number of factors that have gone into over the course of the past decade or so, since the implementation of PEPRA, the Public Employees Pension Reform Act. And primarily what PEPRA did is it standardized and reduced the benefit that retirees get. So it made the calculation of public employees' pensions less generous to the employees, thereby saving the employers and the employees in some cases costs in their contributions. So a number of changes happened simultaneously. Pinole's, like other cities, assets due to lower than anticipated returns on investment of those assets, but we're not keeping up with the accrued liabilities. Also, the accrued liabilities were growing because retirees' life expectancies were growing and other factors. So a lot of changes happened over the course of the past decade. CalPERS wanted to get all public agency that participate in CalPERS programs to higher funded status levels. So CalPERS has required cities to contribute more to make up for these lower than expected return on investment and higher liabilities due to things like expectancy. So the city, Pinole, has had to ramp up its contributions to CalPERS. That's been partially offset by, as Director Guillory mentioned, we now have a number of city employees that are in PEPRA, which is a less generous and less costly benefit to provide employees. So those are factors that are pushing in the opposite direction. At one point, CalPERS had said that in this upcoming fiscal year, like 22-23, was when cities' contributions to CalPERS were going to start leveling off. That's been deferred a little bit, but you can see in the forecast, and the forecast is based on information that CalPERS gives us. Our contributions do start leveling off in a couple years. And then after that, the contributions grow by about 5% per year. And that's not too different from our normal expectation of what costs are going to grow by. In our forecast and most other places' forecast, we assume that a lot of expenses are going to grow at about the long-term average rate of inflation, which is 3%. So that's all a long way of saying we are expecting the leveling off. The leveling off is at a much higher level than we had been contributing to CalPERS 10 years ago. We understand CalPERS' perspective on that. They want the system to be fully funded, so the funds are there for retirees. It has created a hardship, but it is, our required contributions are leveling off. I think that's all there is to say about that. Happy to answer any other questions on that.
Oh, okay, thank you, Mr. City Manager. Then I think we have one more question from Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, and if it's okay, we'll move on now. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Salimi, Director Guillory, and City Manager Murray. I'm looking at page 125 of 285. So it's table 1. Mm-hmm. And without going back to the narrative sections of of this plan, the figures that stand out to me are in parentheses in the negative as deficit in the surplus deficit row for the current year, and then the forecast going into 22-23. And then I'm also looking at the general reserves adjustment. So would you please help me understand as well why we have these large amounts relative to what we would be seeing as a deficit, or well, we wouldn't see any expected any deficits in the next 3 years, and then also why such large amounts in the general reserve adjustment for this year and next year relative to the deficits to be seen or to be expected in future years.
I'll let Director Guillory talk about the issue of the current year deficit and of next year's. And I think we've already talked about why we expect the deficit to then go away because of the changing revenues. On the matter of the general reserve, so there's related ideas. They're linked, but they're not exactly the same. So the city's policy that was adopted by the city council is that we must maintain a balance in the general reserve that's equal to 50% of our general fund ongoing expenditures. So that doesn't look at the revenue side of the equation at all. If for whatever reason we need to, the city council decides that it wants to spend more on ongoing services or staffing, then if our ongoing expenditures increase, we have to make a deposit into the general reserve at 50% of that increase. And so that's happening, that's kind of irrespective of the revenues. For many reasons, the city council might determine that it's important to increase some ongoing expenses, even if then the expenses are greater than the revenues and we're having to use fund balance to support those. So for instance, say we want to jumpstart an economic development program. The city might invest more in economic development activities with the expectation that it's going to result in higher revenues down the road. So that's a short-term investment in something that increases our costs, creates a deficit that we're expecting to have some return on. So it is does in some ways feel a little bit paradoxical, but there are a number of years when we're anticipating a modest operating deficit and at the same time adding funds to our general reserve. But that's still, I think, a sensible financial approach. We want to be disciplined about continuing to maintain that general reserve at 50% of ongoing expenditures because we want to make sure we have that money if we need it. So, and Director Guillory, perhaps you can talk about the issue of the use of fund balance in the current fiscal year and the first year of the forecast.
Yes, so that goes back to the adoption of the fiscal year 21-22 budget. It's actually, we're projecting it to be lower than initially projected for this year. And that was mostly due to the organizational changes that were made. So there were a number of positions that were added in the current year's budget. And that included new directors for the public works and the community development departments, which were split into two. And then there were a number of fire positions as a result of the fire study. And so those were the main changes was from the organizational assessment.
Yeah, and I think and we'll be having this conversation, already have to some degree, is around the budget development process. There are still some factors that need to settle out that are going to help clarify the financial future of the city a little bit. So we're doing the master fee schedule. My expectation is that the consultants are going to be recommending some increase in fees that'll lead to a higher degree of cost recovery for certain city services. So we're expecting there'll be some new revenue from that. We're going to be having our economic development strategy presented soon. I think that will result in some new revenue generation. So, and we have yet to see the kind of the end of COVID entirely, and we'll need to see how some things shake out about that. So we are still kind of navigating through a little bit of period of economic and fiscal uncertainty. So I think that's one of the reasons we're not too concerned about some little bumps up and down regarding what we consider to be modest surpluses and deficits over the next few years.
Okay, I appreciate the explanation again. And so I'm a little clearer on why the deficits appear as large as they do for this year and into next year. Your explanation is different than what I thought, which would have been incorrect. What I thought was that the deficits reflected the fund balance that we used for new projects that the city council initiated or proposed, but that is not the case.
Right, because those were one time and not, this reflects ongoing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I also noticed that in the one-time revenue row, figures don't show up, so you wouldn't have accounted for that here. Thank you again. Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. I have a quick question. How much is projected for capital improvement costs per year?
That'll be covered in the item, the next item on the agenda.
The reason why I ask, I understand it's on the next item, but I wanted to see if there's a correlation between those two. If the city council decide to dedicate $8 million per year on the next item, I want to make sure that we have it, and would they make it be in the whole? So that was what I was trying to go.
I see. And again, because their CIP is considered one time, it's not included here, as this is our ongoing.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't think we have any other questions. If it's fine, I would then ask a city council member to please move on. Make a motion, please.
Move to accept the report or the plan as presented. And I did not hear any direction from any council members, so I think the motion is simply to accept the plan as presented.
And I'll second that.
Thank you. A roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes, and you can
Motion
hear my
carries.
kids in the background, very excited about that 5-year plan. Thank you. That concludes item number 11. Then I will move on to item number 12. And tonight we have two items, 12A and 12B. I understand that there are a few members of the community that have comments on item 12A, and they actually had the Richmond City Council. Just for fairness and giving them enough time to come back to us, I would start with item 12B, which is the preliminary proposed fiscal year 2022-2023 to a 2026-2027 5-year capital improvement plan. Director Mishra, please go ahead, and then we'll go back to 12A. Good evening, sir. I do apologize. Councilmember Toms, you have your hand raised?
So we're not taking 12A right now?
No, we'll move on to 12B. And then the reason why I'm moving 12B before 12A is because I would like to give enough time to the members of the community who would like to talk about 12A right now, because I believe they had a city council meeting in Richmond talking about the same item. I just want to give them a little bit more time.
Okay, because we have the Director of Animal Services who's been on for a couple hours.
Thanks for the clarification. Thanks for letting me know. I think we will go, if you don't mind, Mr. Director, to hold with us, we'll go fast and we'll come back to you shortly. 12B, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, and members of public. So today we are presenting a preliminary proposed fiscal year plan for CIP improvement plan. Misha will go over with the details of the capital improvement plan. And if there are any questions, me and Misha will hope to answer those at the end of it.
Unable to mute. Hopefully you can see my screen.
Forget to ask you, Madam City Clerk, did I take public comments on the previous item?
No, there were no hands raised. I'm not sure if the hands raised are for this item or they came late. We can go ahead and try and make them.
You did take comments.
Thank you. Go ahead, please, Director Mishra.
Mayor, city staff, and pleasure of introducing our preliminary proposed capital improvement plan. CIP is a 5-year document for maintenance and expansion of our public facilities and our infrastructure. The document aligns the funding, scheduling, and implementation of various projects. We review and update this project annually. The projects that are listed in the CIP are aligned with the goals and objectives and priorities identified in our long-term strategic plan. We generally have various categories in the CIP, and this year we have a new added category. We have facilities, our parks, our sanitary sewer and collection and treatment infrastructure, our stormwater infrastructure, our streets and roads, and the newest category, which is our infrastructure assessments. The CIP, we have 43 projects. Various projects are listed in their project categories noted here on the screen. As I mentioned, we have a new category called the infrastructure assessments, which places all of our infrastructure assessments in this category. So previously certain projects were, for example, in the facilities category or in the parks, but now they're housed under a different section. Of what we've done to date and where we are. So we took a preliminary project list to the finance subcommittee last month. We brought that same list back to council. Just recently, last week, we presented to the planning commission to ensure the projects that were proposed were consistent with our general plan. Tonight, we are here presenting the preliminary proposed CIP. We hope to gather a direction from council, and we will come back to a future city council meeting in June with a revised proposed CIP that will incorporate the suggestions. And then hopefully for the final proposed CIP will be adopted at the June 21st meeting. This is a list of the summary of new projects that are proposed here. So the first 6 projects you see here are new capital projects. The next list is a new infrastructure assessment, and then 2 other projects that are programmed for future years. I mentioned the first 6 because they have funds tied to them. We are asking for appropriation of these funds, and their sources are listed here. So these are the total 9 new projects in our CIP. Sources and next steps, we've requested 2 additional positions to help us complete and deliver these projects. We hope that these positions will be funded, which will allow us to deliver these projects. If these positions are not funded, then it will be difficult for us to deliver these projects. Tonight, as I mentioned, we're here to receive direction. We will bring and incorporate those changes into the next draft when we return on June 7th. And then once those changes are accepted, we hope to present the final proposed CIP at the June 21st meeting for adoption. And that concludes my presentation. We're happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I will turn it to the public and then go back to the city council, please.
Rafael Menes.
Sure. So I have questions about a few of the items within the proposed CIP. So first off, FA 190 on page 232, I think, energy upgrades. I was wondering whether it would be possible to have heat pumps installed when the city's doing HVAC replacement. I recognize that's probably not possible for the city hall unit because it got replaced in April 2021. But on page 246, SS 170, sewer pump station rehabilitation, it lists design, engineering, construction, and contingency, all is occurring in FY 2023-24. And I'm curious as to how realistic that timeline is. It seems like a lot of the time, there's often a multi-year timeline between just design and engineering, and then construction is maybe 1 year, if not more, rather than having them all compiled into 1 year. And then finally, on page 264, IN 2102 municipal broadband feasibility, I assume that revised project completion is supposed to be June 30th, 2023, but I don't know, because right now it says revised project start of July 1st, 2022, and revised project completion of June 30th, 2022, and unless the municipal broadband is going to somehow involve tachyons, I don't think it can be completed before it starts. All my questions with regards to the CIP. Thank you.
Irma report.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm looking at the clock. It hasn't started. I only have.
It just started over.
Okay, thank you. I beat you to it. Thank you very much. Really quick question. Page 226 on there's a question that I have. The senior center modernization for 22-23 is 60,000, and then it goes up to 100,000 the following years. The senior center auxiliary parking lot, in my opinion, goes with 148,000 and up to next year 568,000. I would like that kind of reversed. The senior center is more supposed, in my opinion, should be maintenance before you get that. So that's just my opinion. Okay, if you could look at it a little bit better. The question I have is the installation of high capacity trash bins, 425,000. I know I heard some conversation with this and maybe it's justified. I just, think it's a little too much for the first year, maybe the second, and do some other priorities right now. And thirdly, I would strongly recommend the city, especially what's going out in the communities, to hire a mental professional expert for the city, either as part-time, on-call, public safety. Things have happened in the community. And I'd like to see one come in and maybe, give us some information on how to, be better out there with each other. And I think that would be a person who much is needed in every community. And thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor. That's all my questions.
You're welcome. Thank you for your comments, Madam City Engineer. If you don't mind getting back to Mr. City Engineer, if you don't mind getting back to those questions of Mr. Menace and Ms. Report, and then I will turn it back to, you can reply after the meeting via emails if you don't mind. Yeah, I will turn it back to the City Council for questions and comments, please.
Mayor, there is one more public comment.
Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Tony Rosbrick.
Just like to echo as a senior citizen, long-time resident and taxpayer Pinole of what the last caller said. Senior center and the library being should be listed and stated and updated as an official cooling station and not just limited to their regular normal. A lot of times they have days off where they're closed, the library and the senior center, and it should be self-sustaining that they have a battery operated program for air conditioning, and if PG&E goes down like it has several times over the past few years for hours, if not days, so people can go there with their CPAP breathing machine, get cold water, and other things, even if you need some volunteers or part-time staff there. And furthermore, the county nor the city has a list of posted cooling stations. All the different cities in Contra Costa County, Pinole Library and Pinole Senior Center is not printed on that list. And I saw that we saw that on the county television blurb a few weeks ago. So someone needs to update that if they're gonna, and update both the senior center and the library to get on that list. And then the other thing I would like on the CIP is more detail on the parks funding and what they're going to do to upgrade and retrofit the Pinole Dog Park, because right now that park is in shambles. So we would like some specifics on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll get back to you, Mr. City Manager, if we can get back about the hours and making sure that that cooling center is on the county's website. And thank you, sir. Then I will turn it back to the City Council for questions and comments, please. Please go ahead, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Carr. Can we have the slide where you're showing the new projects, please? So, are these projects carryovers from like the council approved last year? And then second, that's one question. And then second and related, you're proposing them when you are for the year, for next year. Is the question. So what is driving the timing of these? That's the question.
Thank you for that question. So these are all new projects that are here. I'd like to remind everyone here, the way the project numbers work, the FA represents facilities, PA represents parks, SS is the sanitary sewer, the IN denotes infrastructure assessment. And then the first two numbers represent the fiscal year that they are programmed or their first conceived in, and then the following numbers are just sequential numbers for that particular year. So these are all you for the first time in the CIP. And the first 6 that you see here are capital projects that are scheduled for the upcoming fiscal year, as well as the infrastructure assessment. And then the other 2 projects at the bottom, as it's shown now, the public safety building modernization and the skate park rehab are scheduled in future fiscal years.
So actually, if I may just add a little bit to that. So I think I'd characterize it as a little bit different, which is these are projects that are officially appearing in the CIP for the first time, but a lot of them are projects that have already been approved by the City Council. So the city staff received direction to create a pocket park on Galbraith probably 18 months ago. And for whatever reason, maybe staff transition or other factors, that didn't get incorporated into the CIP, but there was a City Council discussion specifically on the item of creating a pocket park so that it could house a bench on Galbraith Hill. Some of these are truly new staff initiated ideas. So those related to the sewer system, those are not projects that that we got specific City Council direction on. Those are just operational needs. City Council has actually already discussed the issue of the rubberized surface improvements. That you might recall that we had applied for funding for some field rehabilitation and possibly also the bocce ball courts, and determined that it wasn't feasible to move forward on those projects on the grant funding timeline. So sometime earlier this year, I believe, we had a presentation to the City Council. It might have been as part of an item in March or so, where we provided a mid-year update on the CIP and sought council direction for some additional direction, including related to the senior center auxiliary parking lot. So I believe as part of that or a different item, we got City Council's blessing to use the potentially expiring state grant funds that we received for parks on rubberized surfaces. I think the only thing that is not among these And then the energy audit is really a reframing and new approach to an earlier CIP project, which was upgrade to the HVAC systems on various city buildings. So you might recall that we've had a long and winding approach to those, which we've explored many different options, but where we finally settled was that we thought that there should be a capital project where an objective outside consulting firm came and looked at all of our city facilities to recommend energy efficiency, energy generation, and storage projects. We worked with a patchwork of different vendors and kind of had a patchwork of different project ideas. And what we decided was we really needed a thorough review by an objective outside body to perform an energy audit or a facility assessment of all of our facilities. So these are mostly actually city council initiated. Those that are not is the senior center modernization is really kind of staff driven, but it does relate to a city council discussion we had earlier about making some aesthetic and comfort improvements to the senior center. Some of the interior finishes are worn, the floors need to be redone. And we want to do some other things to make it a more appealing space, both for the senior center users, but also for renters of the facility. The public safety building modernization is staff initiated. It hasn't had an interior refresh for many years. There had been a CIP project on a refresh of City Hall, and frankly, city staff decided that the public safety building needed it more desperately than City Hall does. So that's kind of an alternative proposal. And finally, we received a lot of comments from the public regarding the condition of the skate park. It has some normal recurring maintenance needs, but also one of the ramps is slumping due to the settling of the adjacent ground. And so we have recognized that for the skate park to continue to be used, particularly that portion, it really needs a rehabilitation, which means stabilizing that ground so it doesn't continue settling. So again, these are all projects that are appearing in their current form for the first time in the CIP, but most of them are, there are some very operationally oriented projects that staff thinks must be undertaken or some way related to a former CIP project or a council discussion of a priority capital project.
Okay, thank you. So is this the list that has already been vetted by the Planning Commission, or are we seeing it as a council for the first time? And
yes, this list and the CIP was presented to the Planning Commission last week.
Okay.
And was previously presented to the city council, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. So this list of potential projects was presented to the city council. I think the finance subcommittee first, and then the city council back in April, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councilmember Martinez Ruben?
No, I'll have a comment later. Thank you.
Please go ahead, make your comments.
I'll wait until the others, and then
Okay.
also, yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
Sure. I'm looking on page 224 that have the project categories with the funding sources. And I see the funding source for park grants, but I think that funding source is from outside, maybe state grants. And I'm wondering if we have park impact fees as a funding source, especially since, we've just issued some building permits and possibly collected park dedication or park impact fees for some projects. And wondering if we've collected that, how much have we collected, and when do we anticipate that we can program those? And that's all I have.
I don't.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to seek a volunteer. So there are a number of people who have that information. I don't know, Director Whalen, if you want to talk about the fees that have been collected from some recently approved projects, or Director Guillory?
Good evening, Council. I do have that information for you. Just let me pull it up real quick. So we have collected this current fiscal year, we collected over $1 million from the Vista Woods project in Park and Rec development impact fees. And we are anticipating building permits being pulled the next fiscal year, so 2022, 2023, for the Saha, APM Village, and BCRE projects, which have been entitled. And those Park and Rec development impact fees are approximately $1.2 approximately. 1.3, possibly. I have to add them all up, but
so I guess my question is that, I don't see it on here, perhaps because we haven't collected that much, but is it possible that we can program those funds? And particularly, I'm looking at the state park that doesn't have a funding source attached to it. I don't know if we have any estimates, so if it even makes sense to assign a cost to it, or is there some mid-year adjustment that we would do where we can, adjust the CIP?
This time, if you look at the project sheet for the skate park rehab, we estimated that we would use Fund 106 with an estimate of 150,000. But if it's the council's desire to use the park as a swap for that funding source, we can certainly do that, and any other changes you have in mind for this project.
Yeah, I think we might want to do that, since the park funds are kind of more restrictive than Measure S funds.
If I may add, in the third quarter financial report on page 102 of the agenda packet, it shows the balance of the Growth Impact Fund, which is Fund 276. And you'll see the 1.3 million there that we're projecting through year end. And it has not been programmed for.
Just to add to Misha's comments on the CIP for the 24-25 financial year for the skate park, that is just a budgetary estimate. We haven't done a real estimate for what it will cost to rehab that the facility there, the skate park.
Okay, thank you.
No more questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. A couple of questions I had. First of all, thank you for the presentation and the answers to some of the questions I had earlier about some of the projects. Back to the Senior Center Modernization Project, as well as the auxiliary parking lot. I know we had a public commenter speak on this, but can you all explain a little bit more about the it does seem like the parking lot. Can you talk about your reasoning for that decision?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it. The senior center modernization, we kind of discussed in-house within staff. And the reasoning for the modernization is, it is mostly for interiors. There are certain things, as City Manager Murray explained, there are some of the, some furnitures inside, some of the floorings inside, which needs to be upgraded. And it does not really, that modernization does not contribute anything to the improvement in the parking lot. The parking lot has a separate project, and we have a separate funds for allocated for that. So that project can run in parallel, and there does not seem to be any conflict with each other. but we just wanted to make sure that the city and the senior center inside is a little uplifted because it is being used pretty heavily by the members of the public.
To that, for the senior center auxiliary parking lot, back last year or prior to that, we had the Fowler Law Reuse Committee that evaluated the reuse and redevelopment of that lot. And then sometime last year, City Council awarded a contract to a consultant to complete the preliminary engineering and design of this parking lot. About 2 months ago, I think in February, we presented some design options for this lot. So we're already progressing with the design of this project. And as Director Mishra mentioned, we can do updates inside the senior center in parallel as we move this other project forward.
Okay. I would urge us to center the internal senior center upgrades.
Remember, it's easier.
Sorry, I didn't know if someone said something. Just encourage us to center around the modernization inside the senior center. I think there would be some probably, I think there's been some thought in the public and some comments around just like those upgrades being prioritized. I do realize that the parking lot is in flux too, or in conversation with that, but you know, if possible, particularly given the timelines that have shifted in the past, it may be wise for us to kind of center and drive that. So I would just, if possible, see as, is it possible for us to kind of increase that timeline for the modernization as opposed to kind of the date we currently have for it?
So currently we anticipate, because we're also exploring solar for that auxiliary parking lot, we anticipate completing the design at the end of construction to happen in 23-24. Whereas the senior center modernization, we want to begin that work, you know, as soon as the fiscal year begins, and we have it stand out over 3 years because there's quite a lot of things that may come up that need attention. So we'll senior center parking lot requires a lot more design, whereas some of the maintenance items, you know, we can get to quicker on the modernization project. So we can certainly move those forward.
Okay, thank you.
And yeah, just to add to that, that $200,000 over 3 years is also a budgetary estimate, so that at least the required things, whatever we can do, immediate needs, that is what we're trying to budget for this financial year. Because we know once we get into it, we probably would need more funds. So because we don't know, we don't have a complete estimate. So this is just, but just to prioritize certain work, we have this starting point, a $60,000 upgrade inside. And as we need for the next 2 years, we'll be going through that.
Okay. And I know that the senior center modernization project includes upgrades to energy system. I'm assuming, but I just want to ask the question, has the idea and the completion of the energy audit been in conversation to the current timeline around the senior center modernization? Because I see those kind of going also, they're probably going hand in hand as well, correct?
Yeah. The infrastructure assessment, those include the assessment of city facilities, and we will do as part of those projects. The senior center will also be assessed, and if there is a possibility of adding solar panels over the roof structure, that will be also assessed. But as part of the auxiliary parking lot itself, the design currently, the way we're looking at it, it will be solar ready, but whether with the solar component will be placed, that we haven't finalized yet, but it will be solar ready so that it can be used in future.
Director Mishra, you got me excited because you know my next question is going to be that parking lot. You know, we get so much good feedback about Pinole Valley High School's parking lot and them having a solar lot. cars stay cooler. They're able to generate generate solar that, you know, powers their own school, or at least part of their school. I'm wondering, you know, we had a conversation about that. I think I brought it up before. We were going to get estimates, but I'm wondering like what the numbers look like there and how feasible would that project be to expand on beyond just solar ready?
No, we do not have an estimate on that, but yes, we have the similar thoughts to be able to use the parking lot to, you know, make energy, being able to use it in the senior center, but we don't have a firm number or estimate to provide at this time. But definitely it is in the works.
I gotcha. Do you think that would be prepared for us by the time we approve this CIP?
I would say no. It's probably will take, because it's part of the infrastructure assessment, so it will be in the coming financial year, but it won't be before you know, we approve this budget.
If I may, I would offer though that the city council could appropriate some funding as a placeholder and kind of a policy statement, basically, about solar shade structures at the auxiliary parking lot if it wanted to now. So, and I think that the capital project staff could provide a ballpark estimate of what that cost would be. And then when the actual, you know, a design level estimate comes back, you know, that might need to be, the appropriation might need to be changed by the city council. But if the city council, so Director Mishra, does it seem feasible, and Manager Core, does it feel feasible to provide a ballpark level estimate, a planning level estimate of solar on parking canopies for the auxiliary lot, so that the city council can consider setting aside funding for that when it hears the revised proposed CIP next?
I think yes, we can do that. I can estimate myself from the previous other projects we have. I can provide a ballpark estimate if the council wishes to set aside some funds before the next budget council meeting. Yes.
Thank you. I was looking here and it says that it is, well, I wanted to make sure I saw the numbers right. It looks like there is a bench and a park being designed with that 65,000. Is it also includes a statement that says there may need to be a lot line adjustment. Can you talk about the process of what that looks like and what? I was a little confused about that piece.
Yeah, I'll actually take a crack at it because this conversation predates Director Mishra's time with the city. Galbraith Ave runs up a pretty steep hill off of Pinole Valley Road. There were, and the history's a little foggy to me now, but I believe there were 2 benches placed midway up Galbraith Ave to provide a resting place, you know, for people who are going up the hill or contemplation, who knows what. Those benches were not, so where the benches were placed is in city open space, unmaintained open space. And I don't believe the benches were permitted. They weren't city installed, I don't believe. And at least one of them, maybe both of them, were removed. I believe that there was one had, you know, been collided with by a vehicle and so was removed, and the other might have been removed as well. And so we had a conversation about how to kind of make those formal city capital assets. And so the process to do so, the unmaintained open space, which is what Galbraith Hill, that portion of Galbraith Hill is, has certain legal limitations to the city's legal liability for users of that open space. So the understanding is the city is not doing active maintenance, and the users of that open space are essentially using it at their risk, basically. If we install a capital improvement like a bench and a pad there, then it changes the nature of that open space and would create essentially an obligation for the city to maintain that whole open space which is something bigger than we wanted to undertake. So to maintain the city's open space liability for the whole open space while installing benches, the approach that we proposed was to basically carve out a little portion of the open space and call that a park, leave the rest of it unmaintained open space, and install the benches in those 2 pocket parks, or yes. So that's the whole circuitous route around and how we got up with this, came to the situation we're in now, where we have this proposal to create 2 little tiny pocket parks, leave the rest of it unmaintained open space, and install these benches. And that's the cost estimate that our former city engineer came up with, and I think our current capital project staff has verified.
Thank you. So 2 new parks or 1?
I think it's 2 new benches in 2 tiny new pocket parks. Really, the size of the pocket park is just the platform that's going to house the benches. And again, we're creating those pocket parks because we want to designate that specific area that we're improving by placing as a bench a park, so that we can make it clear that the rest of that open space continues to be unmaintained open space.
And will there be a trash capture there, or is there a trash capture there already, or will there be a trash capture there as well?
I don't recall. I'll ask Director Mishra or Ms. Carr to address that.
I don't think there is any trash capture there right now, but we'll see. If we need to put at least a trash can, then we may.
Okay. Okay. I would suggest that we have one. I think also, I know that we're probably integrating a high solar bin installation. So perhaps that could be where one is placed. I'm just assuming that if someone's sitting there, if that's a park, I think about bus stops a lot and how I often see trash around bus stops. Capture. So perhaps we integrate the trash capture there as well.
Seems like a sensible approach. And so if it's feasible within the, why don't we proceed with the direction to install it? I think that should be a standard for our city bench installations.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I just wanted to ask, I know I brought this up before, but I know the slurry slough is kind of the residential road pavement program. I know it's kind of traditional, we go that route. I was wondering if we have explored other options. I know there's this, new phenomenons, new type of roads, solar roadways. I'm just wondering if there's a possibility of exploring those type of things. What I see is the traditional way of kind of repaving roads, which is the slurry slough, but it kind of makes me feel like we see a cycle of like road repavement and then the roads break up again, road repavement and then the roads break up again. So I'm just wondering if we can like break that cycle and try something new with perhaps a solar roadway. If we looked into those type of things for cost, just to see, that would, just wondering if city staff.
In my previous work experience, I have looked at this, but not here yet. The solar roads, meaning to just around some downtown areas that some of the countries, some of the European countries where they have tried that, those kind of solar roads. But I have never sit down myself to really develop a understanding where is the need and the money to do this. So in context of Pinole, I would say no, I haven't. But that could be an exercise, just for the purpose of looking at it. Yes, we can do something just to do an exercise.
Gotcha. I know that one we're elated for about 890,000 in 5 years, right? So we do have time. Is that what I'm seeing? We would have time to at least research the cost there. We're not spending any money on that until 2015, 2016.
For the road one?
Yeah, I'm looking at page 250 of the agenda packet, and it just says $890,000 cost estimate for the fiscal year 2025 through 2026.
Correct. That's a placeholder for a residential slurry seal. So if we determine there's a to try, it is something that we could do.
Into that, I would be interested to just see the cost and, to the same extent, I didn't mention this with the solar carports, but the idea, I've heard about and kind of read about is that those are opportunities to generate power, but also save money. And I don't think that's the case. If that's not the case, then, we can, throw it in the recycle bin, the idea. But I would like to see, or I think it would be beneficial for our community to see what these type of ideas, how they can potentially generate power for our public buildings, but also potentially save us money in the long run. I'm sure they may be costly up front or maybe not. At this point, we're probably just looking at what the costs are up front before we even know how costly they are, as opposed to what we're already doing. I would love to see some estimates on like these options as alternatives to what I see as the status quo. Term clear?
No, I understand. I will put together some conceptual ideas and some conceptual estimate and send it as a memo to the council members if they wanted to look at it.
Okay.
Thinking about where to plug that into our process. I don't know. So that sounds a little bit like the condition assessment studies and analyses we're doing, or like some of the other one-time projects we're doing, like assessments like broadband and recycled water. So I think although it relates to our capital, our infrastructure, I think it might be plug more directly into our normal process if that was discussed as a special project as part of the budget, the regular operating and maintenance budget. So I would suggest, just because I don't think it would probably technically qualify as a capital project, even though it relates to infrastructure, because capital projects have to be of a certain size, essentially, funding size. So I would suggest that the City Council consider that a possibility as part of the next discussion of the upcoming year's operating and capital budget, which is a little bit different from this list of our infrastructure projects.
Gotcha. Thank you.
That makes sense.
It does. The only thing I was going to say is, what size would that be? You mentioned a certain size capital projects would be. What is that?
Yeah. So how do we define our capital projects, Sanjay and Misha?
Yeah. So the capital projects, I mean, if the involvement seems that it requires a outside consultant and construction, which is significantly what our operation and maintenance can handle, and beyond our skill set that the city has, then we would consider that as a capital project. It does not depend on the dollar value as much, but most of the time, if it is the experience or the skill levels that is not available, then we will put it as a capital project, manage it through capital. But still, anything above 100,000, I would say we would try to put it as a capital project and do it that way, manage it that way.
Gotcha. So I think I would like to, and this could possibly be a future agenda item for another meeting, but what I'm kind of leaning into is our approach to doing these capital projects in a different way, right? Like one of them is creating solar carports. The other is, instead of slurry still, doing all of our projects with a different type of, you said, or Ms. Carr, you said, I don't know the term you use. I remember you said something too.
An overlay.
Overlay.
Or
there you go.
Treatment type.
Thank you. That was the term. So I was thinking that we can talk about that within the project scope. But I'm happy to bring it up there. I just wanted to be clear about what I was requesting within those two specific projects, at least.
I think it's clear to staff, and as Director Mishra mentioned, as we get further into the design work regarding the parking lot, we'll have an opportunity naturally to discuss solar carports. And then on the street treatment, I think it feels like it will hang better in the operating and capital budget. And if we call it out separately there, it will be an easier reminder for all of us that we're working on that, as opposed to integrating it into the, the residential road rehabilitation. I think having it be a really distinct item will help us give it maybe some additional focus.
Okay. Great, thank you. And just the last question, I know this is just it's just a big pocket of stuff at the end of the packet, but there's a bunch of unfunded projects. What are we to do now? Like, what are we looking, do you have any suggestions we should help give you all support in terms of direction of those projects? Some of those projects I saw, they were doubled up. So I saw that Appian Street Complete Streets project is also unfunded, but it's UF 011 on page 272 of the agenda packet, but it's also part of the funded one. So I was just wondering, number one, how is that different from the budgeted one? And then there's just a bunch of projects that I'm sure you all put this together. So I'm just wondering, like, what are the next steps there? Staff's still working on like a Gantt chart with some of these projects to like even just talk about what they would look like if they were broken down. You did mention new additional positions you all were looking to. I would love some understanding kind of like what the next steps of these things are, or how we can support you all in accomplishing these.
So I'll answer the Appian Complete Streets project. I believe the list in the unfunded and unprogrammed projects, we have put it in because the construction portion of that project is unfunded. Gotcha. And we have a roughly what I believe $100,000 to do the design work, and which is funded. So that is why you see it at two different places. And regarding all other unfunded projects, what I can just go over it briefly so that you have an idea why it is listed there. Misha can back me up if I missed something.
Well, sorry, Director Misha, in the interest of time, unless the City Council wants to go through them all, because I think some of them we've discussed before, to more directly respond to the question raised by Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. One of the reasons that so cities have different practices regarding creating these unfunded lists. So the Pinole has at different times in its history had an unfunded project list that it published as part of the CIP, and at other times not. And I think during the Great Recession and its aftermath, cities stopped publishing these unfunded project lists because people thought, what's the point of scoping out these projects? There's no prospect of additional funds to support them. Due to the more recent and larger investments by the federal government related to COVID, but also infrastructure generally, the City Council wanted to have a go-to list of nice to have, kind of a wish list of future capital projects that we could seek funding for. So that's really the reason that we have this unfunded project list. If you have, and I don't think there's anything more that the City Council can do to support staff in advancing those. As Director Mishra mentioned, the really significant and I think critical thing that the City Council can do to support staff and to advance the CIP is to approve the 2 new positions that are being requested in the budget. They're not general fund supported, they would come from special funds. So we are requesting that we add an associate civil engineer and a public works specialist in this upcoming fiscal year, because we need those people and their bandwidth and expertise to get the capital projects in this proposed CIP done. So that's really what we most critically need. And then as we make progress on delivering these capital projects, those folks might also be able to start to flesh out some of these unfunded project scopes to make them easier to pitch for funding. But I don't think, I'm just going to be completely frank with everyone. The CIP that's being presented tonight is that list of projects is completely predicated on receiving City Council approval to hire those 2 new positions. If we don't get those 2 new positions, we'll have to pare the list back because it's simply not feasible for a staff of 1.5, which is what we have working on capital projects to complete this list. So I hope that answers the question. If you have any questions about the scope of any of these unfunded projects, happy to talk more about them. But
Nope, that was clear. Thank you so much. And thank you again for all your work. To the next conversation about it.
Excellent. So we are still on the questions. Questions, Councilmember Thoms. I mean, we asked questions, but earlier, but questions
I
and
have
comments.
comments, but Councilmember Martinez Rubin has had her hand up.
Let me, before I go to comments, Councilmember Tave, do you have any questions? Okay. I don't see your hand raised, but okay. We'll get back to you if you have any. We'll go back to Councilmember Martinez Rubin for comments, please.
No questions. No questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Salimi. So a question to City Manager Murray and staff. At the last special council meeting, I requested that staff take a look at bringing us some information regarding renovation of the Faria House. And because it would be considered a capital project, it is to this day remains on the unfunded list. There has been good amount of work, design work done on that already. So whatever next steps would be necessary, I suppose they would be related to renovation/construction. But to advance that project, I would ask City Manager Murray, when can we expect the information that you were going to compile or put together to give us a better sense about doing something with the house, renovation of it, so it doesn't further deteriorate?
So we actually have some information to share with you all right now. So as I mentioned, I think everybody's familiar with the history of the conversation regarding the renovation. We hired an architect to do some design work and an estimator. They presented their findings to the council last year about what they thought it would cost to renovate it for a specific purpose to serve as a local history museum. The funding didn't end up getting appropriated for that work. City staff recommended earlier this calendar year a different approach to determining a future use, and that was to undertake a community engagement process and dialogue. We did not move forward with that. City Council didn't want to move forward with that. We all have a shared interest in seeing the Faria House activated for some purpose. And so city staff has worked internally to generate some information regarding the cost for renovation for different purposes and have a ballpark estimate. And that is, we believe that it will cost $500,000 to renovate it for an office use. So that would be renovating both floors without making any major changes to the layout for an office use. That does not include an elevator. And something like $750,000 to renovate it for residential use. It could be renovated to serve as a single family residence or a duplex. The more complicated the layout and renovation, the more expensive it would be. So those are kind of planning level estimates for renovations to the Faria House that the City Council can weigh in making a decision about whether to move forward with a project related to the Faria House now.
Thank you. Yeah, that's helpful. And so where in the process of the CIP would it fit to take that next step to go to do something other than just wait another year?
Really, anytime before the final CIP is approved, and really the City Council, it could also be incorporated into the budget discussion. So there's a couple different mechanisms through which the City Council could make a decision to program it. The CIP is really a plan. So the City Council can take action to include funding for a Faria House renovation in the CIP. Where the rubber really hits the road is in the adoption of the operating and capital budget. So it can, if a desired capital project makes it into the CIP, great. If at some point subsequently the city council appropriates funding for it, that's okay. And of course, the city council can take that action at any time throughout the year. So the city council can at any time appropriate existing funds for some allowable use. So there are a lot of different opportunities.
Thank you for that. What I'd like to have happen is to document some progress, because I think unfortunately it might be partially due to that unofficial stance of what other councils might have considered for the House that has kept some council members or the full council from agreeing on doing something that would be helpful so that the House becomes something usable. What I imagine here is this building this structure that could very much serve as a model. I mean, it's like a blank slate almost, with an opportunity to do what is feasible to make it a model of some sort. We've got it's a blank slate. There's an opportunity there to do something wonderful and to include the kinds of energy that I think seems to be what the council favors, so that it eventually returns some sort of yield, not only for better the environment, but it serves as also a means to offset costs that would be associated with its use. So I would ask the council to take opportunity about that and to not disregard that opportunity given this structure. It is not used, unlike the senior center. That is true, but it is something that could be used. Short of it becoming even less and less of an opportunity for us, and over the years increasingly more costly to create something that would benefit the city. So thank you for your explanation. And I would say that I would like to see the renovation of the Freya House move odd programs somehow. I understand an appropriation to satisfy the cost for renovation may not necessarily be made this year, but as a placeholder for that very reason to document that there is interest among the council to make use of this building somehow.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. For your comments. Councilmember Toms, please go ahead.
Sure. So I understand we're to provide direction so that when this comes back to us, we would be ready to maybe approve the CIP. So among the things that I would be interested in seeing is programming in the growth management impact fees with the funds that we're receiving from the housing developments that where we've already issued building permits and that we project to receive. I'd be interested in anything that can be spent using, they're rather restricted funds. So if there's improvements and projects that would fit that category, that we go ahead and program those, like skate park renovation. Perhaps, if there's part of rehab of the Freya House, there's an exterior area, the Heritage Park in the back there, if there's any improvements that can be anticipated there. We have a number of park-related items on the unfunded program list. So if staff can take a look at any of those that might be in the highest priority. We've heard comments on the dog park, resurfacing and fencing improvements, the restrooms, a number of items there that I think we can probably pull off of the unfunded list, move some some funding sources around and maybe even program some funds for some rehab of the Faria House. And also I wanted to note, adding things like the trash can for the pocket park on Galbraith, although I don't think that would be a big ticket item. And also the solar canopies on the parking lot, which I thought we already approved, that design alternative. Maybe we did, but we just didn't match it in the CIP. But if we can do that, I would like to see that as well.
Okay, thank you so much for your comments. I will then call somebody to make a motion to either add those items one by one or approve what was recommended by the city staff. So I would recommend to first start and approve what was recommended by city staff. Then we'll pass it. And then if anybody wants to add or make a modification, then we can do it at a different motion, just to make it clear and simple. I will just call somebody to approve what was recommended by the city staff, and then we can make additional comments and revision if it's fine. Councilmember Tate, please go ahead.
If I may, I just want to note that I don't, it's not going to be feasible. Sorry, go ahead, Councilmember.
Well, that's kind of along the lines of the questions that I was going to ask. If you could, city manager, explain, like, these are all unfunded. If we were to fund them, what are we taking away, right? And what does that actually look like for our budget? Do we have the money to do those projects, right?
Well, we do have the money for some of the park-related projects because we have a pretty substantial fund balance due to the new projects that are being developed. The point I was going to make is it's not feasible for the city staff, even with the addition of the 2 new positions, to do this complete list of projects that's being recommended and to do other projects. So I don't think we can follow a process where the city council approves that entire list and then adds things to it, because then for each addition, we would need to have a follow-up conversation about what's going to come off that list. And funding is not necessarily the limiting factor, it's bandwidth. And so we have made a very intentional effort. We haven't always, in recent years, been able to complete the projects that we were hoping to complete. We've been very intentional about trying to match the city resources with the project list. And we're presenting and recommending a CIP that is, number of projects that we think we can get done with the proposed number of staff. And I'm simply unable to commit on staff's behalf that we're going to get any additional projects done without having some time to go back and think about that. So I just need to mention that for the city council. We can do that through a multi-part process. I don't know how you want to do it, but I just want everybody to understand we can't get all the projects done that are listed, as well as additional projects. If we want some other projects that are not currently recommended, we need to have time to figure out what that's going to displace, and you need to make a decision about that.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager Murray. So what's your recommendation if we were to do that? Tonight is not the appropriate time.
Well, so I have 2 observations. I mean, I think one is we are going through, and I know we've talked about this and the council members are all aware, we are going through a parks master planning process. I do think that it makes sense for any park projects that are not already programmed to be considered in the context of what's recommended in the parks master plan. We've already added some new projects to this recommended list based on feedback from park users, and we're already making some improvements. So I do think it probably makes sense to wait for the parks master plan as well as staff's information. We owe council information on maintenance of city parks, particularly the playing fields. I think it makes sense to make decisions about new capital projects related to parks in the context of those 2 things. I think of the Faria House as being somewhat separate. It's potentially a recreational and cultural use adjacent to a park, but I think that's a little different from the park funding. So I do think the city council could make a decision about that, without waiting for the park master plan. That's my perspective. If the council was not prepared, wanted to approve a list of capital projects different from what is being recommended tonight, I think it would be fine for the council to ask staff to return with information on some additional projects and give us a little bit of time to assemble it and let you know what the cost and staff time commitment would be for those new projects. And then you could consider, how to, what trade-offs, what those new projects would displace if you wanted to.
Okay, that's an excellent suggestion. In the matter of just moving on, because almost 9 o'clock, I would recommend somebody to make a motion on what was recommended, and then I will bring it back to the council about how they want to move on for the rest. Please have a motion from somebody.
Mayor, before we take a motion, we do have a public comment.
We already had public comments. It's closed, Madam City Clerk. I believe I started with public comment, if I remember correctly.
I'll give it a try about making a motion. So I move that the council approve with the recommendations, the staff's recommendation, including the funding for the requested new staff to carry out the projects that have been presented, including the new projects, as well as bring back to the council information that would help us determine if any additional projects were to be included, what then of the ones presented tonight would be displaced. That's not quite the summary motion that I think you probably want, but here goes, another try. I move that we adopt the recommendations presented to staff. And additional to that, the staff bring back information about potentially new additional projects that have been discussed tonight. And that would help us determine next steps about what to do with those, including considering how they affect the projects presented to me.
I think staff would need to know what projects, a number of potential additional projects have been mentioned. I think we would need to know what those are. So
okay.
The council
yeah, thank you. Just to make it simple, like if we can break it down first by what was recommended by city staff, then we can make a motion on the second part of it. I just want to make it simple, if you don't mind. We can make it in 2 motions. It will be the same.
A number of projects that Councilmember Thoms mentioned, I think they pretty much coincided with.
Mr. Mayor, can I
said?
Councilmember Tev, go ahead.
So we have obviously a long list of projects that I refrain from mentioning. The recycle water, broadband, in the hopes that we can get this list approved.
Yes.
We did talk about a prioritization session a while back in having that discussion as to trying to figure what it looks like shoring up our money versus the projects and project need.
Yes.
And we talked about that being on a future agenda item, which it seems to me like we're jumping into that process now.
I understand.
Led us to a 1 o'clock meeting the last time we tried this.
That is correct.
I just would like to say that let's move forward with what we have and then commit to that conversation of really trying to prioritize what this will look like. At a later
so if I can have I'm sorry, Councilmember Martinez-Zuben, you had the motion on the table. Correct? No, no?
I did, but I think it looks like I'm going to have to restate that. Okay.
Please go ahead.
Time to charm. To make it simple. I move that we go forth with staff's recommendations for tonight.
Any second?
One motion.
Any second, please.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilmember Tave. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez-Ruben.
Yes.
Councilmember Thoms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Excellent. Then we have a second, if somebody wants to make a second suggestion, it's time.
Yes, so a question to City Attorney, because it's related, but I'm not sure if it's a different piece of business. To have staff bring back information to us about the projects that were mentioned, additional projects that could be added to the CIP for our consideration.
Chair, so yeah, that's permitted. The city council can make a motion to direct staff with respect to specific projects. This is all listed on the CIP, and I think it falls within how this item was agendized for this evening.
Thank you. Okay. So among those projects would be renovation of the Freya House. And I'm going to defer to Councilmember Thomas because you had a number of other items, Councilmember Thomas.
Well, I was suggesting that the funding for the growth management fees, which were not included here, that those be incorporated. And then from Councilmember Murphy, he had mentioned about the canopies on the parking lots. So I don't know if since that project is already under design, if that would just make where we do an adjustment on the budget to incorporate canopies with solar. And then there was also just a small detail about adding a trash can to Galbraith Pocket Park.
Okay, excellent. So, I heard so far the growth management fees, the canopies in the parking lot with solar, and the trash can as part of the Pocket Park. And from Councilmember Martinez Zuban, I heard the Ferris House. Mr. City Attorney, as of right now, because of my position and my location to my real estate in relation to the Ferris House, at this moment, I will be able to vote on growth management. I'll be able to vote on canopies, trash can, but I would have to retrain myself on Ferris House. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. I would recommend just segmenting that particular decision, so you could just take the all the projects except for the Freya House, and then you could abstain from participating in that specific decision.
And I heard, thank you, City Attorney, and I also heard from Councilmember Tave that he has suggested in the past to have a special council meeting where the city council were to prioritize those projects. And this is what they were to do, correct, Councilmember Tave?
That's correct.
Because there are too many to discuss tonight.
We talked about scheduling as well.
Yes.
And the Gantt chart and identifying some type of rubric that would be able to guide us. I believe that was something we had asked for a future agenda item.
City Manager Murray, is it something that is doable, do you think, if we were to come back in a special city council meeting to prioritize those projects?
Yeah.
Instead of having to do it tonight.
Yeah, I don't recall council requesting a future agenda item on prioritizing capital improvement plan.
You're right, City Manager. It was not for CIPs, it was for item on the agenda.
And kind of other special projects. So just to clarify, we already have programmed for this upcoming fiscal year. It's just they're not capital projects, so they're not shown in the CIP, is the broadband feasibility assessment and recycled water assessment. Both of those are projects that are going to go forward in fiscal year 22-23. They're just not in the CIP because they're professional service. They're not capital improvement projects yet. So I just want to clarify that. My recollection is that there is a request by the City Council for a future agenda item on how to prioritize council agenda items, but not CIP projects or other special projects. And so that's on our pending list of not yet scheduled future agenda items. So what I would suggest is that, and remember that we kind of broke this down into a multi-phase process like we did with the budget, where we have been slowly having multiple conversations with the council, so we don't find ourselves at the 11th hour making too many changes to the budget or the CIP. And city staff can return to the meeting at which the CIP is next discussed with information on the parking lot canopies, trash can at Galbraith, ideas about budgeting the growth impact fees, and the preliminary information I gave this evening about the free house. So that seems like a reasonable, so we could accept direction from council for staff to provide additional information on those 4 things the next time the city council discusses the CIP. And that would give city staff time to kind of cost those out and also consider the feasibility or trade-offs of trying to incorporate those in the CIP and what might need to be displaced. So if that's agreeable to the city council, that's what we.
Just the direction, correct? We don't have to vote on it, correct?
Well, you need to vote on the direction, but.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, and then I'll go back to Councilmember Martinez-Uben. Very quickly, it's already 9:02 and we have another guest waiting for us, please.
I completely forgot my question. I just wanted to clarify that the recycle water and the municipal broadband facility plans are on the CIP, correct? They are.
They're projects we're going to do. We're not considered capital projects. They're having a professional firm come in and do an assessment. But yes, they're in the budget for this upcoming fiscal year.
Thank you.
Perfect. And I'll go back to Councilmember Martinez-Uben, but what you suggested is council direction and vote on coming back on the growth management canopies, the trash can, and the Ferris house is what the recommendation is, and to vote on it with the council. And then personally, this has to be spread into 2 different motions because I would have to abstain myself according to city attorney on the Ferris house. Councilmember Martinez-Uben, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. I want to make it easy and just say, I echo, City Manager Murray understands, I think, what we want to do. And I can't repeat it as well. So I am going to say, with the exception of the Faria House for now, the motion is to have staff bring us back information on a trash bin at Galbraith Park, of some sort at the Fowler House parking lot, and there was one more. Sorry, I'm forgetting that.
The growth management.
And to consider the growth
management fees.
The growth management fund to help us determine where funding would be for those projects and other projects conceivably.
I'll
so
second.
That's the motion.
Okay, Madam, questions on that item?
I just want to make a quick adjustment, if you would mind, Councilor Martinez-Uben. Can we just make sure that, just for clarity, it's not a canopy, it's a solar carport?
Mm-hmm. Solar carport, thank you.
Perfect, okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second, Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Martinez-Uben.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Uben, please go ahead with the second part of your motion.
Thank you. So the second part of the motion or any motion is for staff to come back to council with information related to cost estimates for the next steps related to renovation of the Faria House and also funding, what funding sources there could be for that.
Take a second, please.
I'll second that.
Madam City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Martinez-Uben.
Yes.
Councilmember Toms.
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
And Mayor Salimi.
Abstain.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Excellent. I think we have the direction tonight. Thank you all for waiting. I still see 2 hands raised. I don't think if they are still raised or just left over from earlier. Okay. From earlier. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have another comment before we move on?
No, I don't. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you all so much for this presentation, and I'm happy we're able to move. Then I will close that item 12B, and I would like to go back to item 12A, which is the resolution approving an updated agreement with Contra Costa County Animal Services Department. And tonight we have our City Manager Murray, who's going to make a presentation with, I believe, the director of Contra Costa Animal Services from the county, Beth Ward. And I would like to thank you for your patience. And the reason why I made you hold it a little bit longer is because I received notes that citizens wanted to talk tonight, but they were actually at the city council meeting in the city of Richmond. And I just wanted to give them an opportunity to be done so they get to come and make any comments if they had any here in Pinole.
Yes,
Thank
I
you.
understand that. I was to be there as well, but that is, we're all working together on this.
Thank you for your
Thank you very
patience,
much.
and I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
So I'll make some brief remarks and then I'll turn it over to Director Ward, who has a presentation. And as you saw in the city staff report, the city council, or rather the city and County Animal Services have had an agreement through which Animal Services services the residents of Pinole with animal control. Contra Costa County Animal Services provides services to all cities within Contra Costa County except for Antioch, which operates its own animal control program. And of course, the county also services the unincorporated area. This arrangement's been in place since 1985, I believe. We have a current agreement that automatically renews annually between the city and Animal Services that was put in place in 2006. As you have seen, and I believe has been seen in the packet, and believe has been discussed on a number of occasions, the current agreement is relatively brief. It doesn't provide a very precise description of the services that Animal Services provides in Pinole, nor does it include any performance standards for those services. Director Ward was kind enough to come out and visit the City of Pinole City Council meeting around a year ago this time, and gave us an update on some strategic planning and reorganization that was taking place at the department, and as well as some analysis that was accompanying that strategic planning. And one, I think, really important finding of the analysis was that Animal Services footprint and breadth of services that they had historically been providing was really quite broad and well beyond the mandated services per state requirements. And also that the fiscal model that it had been operating under, in which the county contributes some funding from the county general fund and the cities pay a per capita rate, was not financially sustainable. And so the Animal Services Department went through a strategic planning process, one of the ambitions of which was to match the financial resources with the services it want to provide, as well as make it more clear to cities and their residents what services are going to be provided. So Animal Services has had dialogue with all sorts of stakeholders, including the city managers, about what a new agreement might look like, and is proposing a new agreement that's contained in the packet. My assessment of it is that it's really just a restatement in much more precise terms of the services that Animal Services is already providing. It does involve a modest increase in the per capita fee that cities would pay, but Animal Services has well documented the non-sustainability of its current model. And I think I completely agree that it needs additional resources to perform the services that it's being asked to do. And so I and city staff are recommending the city council approve this new agreement. It's for a pretty limited term. It's for 2 years initially and then can automatically renew. But one of the specific purposes of having a limited term is that it can serve as essentially a pilot. I don't think city staff, community members, or Animal Services think that this new agreement is the be all end all. I think we all recognize that it's a significant improvement over the current agreement. And over the course of the 2 years that it's being implemented, will be many of opportunities for residents and city staff and council members to provide input to Animal Services on what they might like to see changed in the future agreement. One thing that I think is important to keep in mind is that different communities might want different services from Animal Services and have a different interest and ability to pay for different levels of services. Animal Services has determined that it's not feasible at this time for them operationally to provide different services in different communities. I understand that situation. That might be possible in the future. But so animal services in the situation of trying to get every single city that uses their services to adopt the same agreement with the same services. So it might not entirely meet the specific needs of every community's residents, but I think it's a great overarching agreement and a good first step towards reinvigorating the relationship. So with those comments, I'll hand it over to Director Ward, who has a presentation to tell us a little bit more about the strategic planning that's going on in animal services and the new agreement.
Mr. Marion, I did neglect to ask if you'll be presenting the PowerPoint or if you wanted me to.
Our city broadcast staff will pull it up and then they will advance the slides, which is how they like to do it.
That's fantastic. So first of all, thank you very much. I appreciate all the summary. I think you've hit a lot of the key points and I appreciate that. Mayor and council members, city staff, and Pinole residents. My name is Beth Ward. I'm the Director of Contra Costa Animal Services, and I appreciate the opportunity to present the information around our animal service agreement this evening. I'd like our city partners in Pinole to know that it's our goal to support you and your community residents with a service that is effective, efficient, and financially sustainable while being rooted in belonging, mutuality, equality, and justice. Next slide, please. Oh, he hasn't brought it up yet.
Yeah, give us 1 second. I'm going to try and figure out why we don't have the slides up yet.
We do not have the presentation in the city's archives. Can you present from your end, please? We do not have the file. Could you present from your end, please?
It looks like our broadcasting does not have the PowerPoint slides. Would you be able to share your screen with us, please?
Second, let me have to get it up.
Apologize for that, Director Ward. I know we received them from you and I'm not sure where they got lost in.
I know it's in your deck, but let's see here. Let me bring this up. Thing I might do is I might not be able to see you all. So okay. The Zoom to be able to share my screen without doing that.
1 sec to problem solve with our team here. Oh,
we are working on it.
Okay, thanks. So broadcast, are you pulling up the director's presentation?
I go to slide 2, please.
Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. You seeing the screen share?
They'll change it in a second.
Okay, there we go, I believe. All right, so first of all, I'd like to take a moment and share with you an agency snapshot that we've created for Pinole specifically that can be used in a variety of ways. You all could use it on your website and or you can use it in materials you have. We can also provide it to you to share to community members. So this slide and the next one, it will serve as a standalone document that will help to educate your residents about the services that we provide. A lot of times people only think of our services as the animal control officers that are out in the field. We're much more than that. We've got the shelter, we have our law enforcement unit, we have our animal care unit, our veterinary team, administrative, and our volunteer. We go to the next slide. This is the backside of this standalone document, and it shows the services that we actually provide to each of our cities and the unincorporated areas. We have our public safety services. As you can see here, in the interest of time, I won't go through the list. And also we have community services that we provide. Most of the items on the left-hand side, the public safety services, are what are covered in the agreement. The other services are often covered. Some of it's covered under the agreement and some of it's covered through resident fees that pay for particular services, and or we receive grants, and also the general fund. The cost for animal services we've added on to this slide, so it's very easy for the residents to see what the cost is and how it's established for animal services. So in this particular example, it shows that the cost for animal services in Pinole for fiscal year 21-22 is $6.79 per capita. We also provide services through our website that are just one click away, very easy for people to do online. And then we also created a nice little link into our adoption animals. So this is just a nice little piece that I wanted to share to help you get to know a little bit more about our organization. On the next slide, talks specifically about the top activities in Pinole. These are the activities that our animal control officers responded to support the residents of Pinole in 2021. As you can see, due to continued COVID-19 challenges, we saw a reduction in activity by approximately 15% between 2020 and 2021. So I appreciate the staff report recommendations around the animal services agreement provided by Mr. Murray, and I wanted to take a moment and provide you with an additional brief summary. The history of the county providing animal services to the cities and unincorporated areas goes way back past the 1980s, but the agreements really do start in the 1980s. Next slide, please. So the agreement history is that it's been way outdated and has long required an update to define our service levels and performance metrics. The current agreement, as Mr. Murray mentioned, has been in place since 2006 and is about a page and a half in length and provides very little detail to what specific services are provided, other than we will do the mandated services as mandated by state and local law. So the updated agreement and fee structure that you've seen are a result of numerous meetings and touch points with the city officials, predominantly the city managers and police chiefs from each of our contract cities over the last 2 years. Actually started in 2015 when I first met with the city manager of Richmond at the time, and he informed me, he said, they didn't understand how we could have a service agreement that really didn't outline what the services were. And that initial conversation prompted me to begin conversations with each of our cities on how we can do better. So this agreement reflects the feedback that was provided to us through that process during individual meetings, regional meetings where we brought cities together by region, and multiple presentations and listening sessions, the Public Managers Association and Police Chiefs Association. We also had provided a survey in 2020 to our cities to be able to put up on their websites and through their social media, where we gathered information from citizens in regards to what they thought of our services, what services they valued, what services they thought they were opportunities. So the updated agreement and fee structure clearly describes the services that we will provide to your city and defines a funding structure to ensure that the department is able to cover the cost of providing those services. Next slide, please. So the updated agreement provides much greater detail. The first step in improving service quality is to start defining service and measuring that service quality. We couldn't even begin a first step until we had a more defined agreement. So the agreement goes through in much detail, defining service levels in all areas of our operation. Like I said, we're not just an agency that provides a field service. We provide so much more than that. We wanted to create accountability by listing target response times for each of our activities that we serve our communities with. We wanted to define what was covered under deceased animal services because that is not a mandated service. That is nothing that's ever actually been in any of our agreements. However, it seems to be one of the more important services that we can provide our cities because it's one that is talked about the most. So we thought it would be important to define that and add that. We want to describe which services are not included under the agreement. The occasion to be called out to a deceased in Richmond. Unfortunately, I don't have boats and we don't have officers that are used to handling marine wildlife. So that is not something that is really under our purview. We wanted to codify performance reporting within the agreement, including an annual review and needs assessment. So we can really assess what do our communities need and how can we provide that service. Next slide, please. So the agreement fee structure, this outlines for fiscal year 22-23 and 23-24. So these 2 years were actually initially packaged into one fee increase that we presented to the city managers. Essentially it was in the beginning of 2020 and then again in the late fall of 2021. And we heard back from our cities that the increase of fees was a substantial jump. So we made a decision to break it down into 2 phases to make it more affordable and allow the cities to be able to plan while we're maintaining a sustainable service. Because if we did not hit these sustainable service fees, then we could have been looking at having to reduce our services even further. So for fiscal year 22-23, the fee for service for animal services will be $7.97 for each person residing within the city limits. And that those statistics are taken from the report, the e-report in January of each year. So example, Pinole's population in that report was reported to be a little over 19,000 people. Therefore, the annual fee for 22-23 is a little over 150,000. And the same thing goes for 23-24 in a very similar manner. Next slide, please. So after those first 2 years, our sustainability plan is to have the per capita rate for the annual fee shall be calculated with the following formula. So it would be the county's budgeted cost to provide animal services throughout the county in that fiscal year, minus the sum of the animal licensing fees and user fees projected to be received from all county residents in that fiscal year, minus the budgeted county general fund contribution for that fiscal year, and then divided by the sum of the population of the unincorporated areas, plus the population of all cities for which the county provides animal services. Now, that is a cost for service plan. And then each year, what we did is we added into the agreement that we would do a reconciliation report of actual costs incurred by the county to provide animal services during the preceding year. This has never been done before. It goes back to, we want to provide a fair, efficient, sustainable plan to provide these services. So this way, we will ensure that the annual fee paid by Pinole, excuse me, covers only the actual costs incurred to provide animal services. Each year, we will complete that report and send it to your city manager in August of each fiscal year. And any cost savings for that fiscal year will be applied to the following fiscal year. Now, oh, actually, could you go back one slide? I apologize. One more, because I wanted to address something that Mr. Murray said I forgot to address. Incorporated into the fiscal year 22-23 budget is that we will also be adding a sergeant to be able to help elevate our services to our cities by improving response time for dangerous animals, provide more field support for our staff and training for our staff. We'd also be adding a field utility worker for picking up deceased animals. And this would allow us to also begin picking up deceased animals from private property and picking up deceased wildlife from private property per the county fee schedule for the homeowner. Also add one animal services truck for deceased animal pickups, and then 2 animal care coordinators to enhance our life-saving programs serving our county residents, such as our pet assistance program, transfer partner, and adoption programs. In the phase 2 in the fiscal year 23-24, since we had added the sergeant the year before, now we will be able to add additional field officers to serve our residents better. So we'll be adding 3 additional animal service officers to expand beat coverage and further decrease priority 1 response times. We would add 2 more trucks for the increased field service staff. We would add an additional animal care coordinator to help decrease the length of stay for impounded animals and to focus on pet retention program services for our community members, and a medical supervisor to increase the efficiency of our on-site low-cost spay and neuter and vaccine services for our county residents. So these fees were estimated using the revised fee methodology, which is based on the projected total costs of services for each fiscal year, less the animal licensing fees, user fees, and general fund contribution, divided by the incorporated population for contracted cities. But I just wanted to ensure that you understood that while these fees help us to maintain that sustainable plan, it also provides us the foundation to begin to the exploration of expanding services based on cities' needs as we move forward, learn more about what the needs are for our cities that we serve. Okay, we can go back forward 2 more slides. There you go. So now we heard that you had some city council meeting comments that were made by the members of the public. And we wanted to take an opportunity to address some of the comments and concerns that were brought forward in your city council meeting. So next slide. So the comment, the agreement is inadequate and does not include feedback from the cities. As I discussed earlier, this agreement provides much greater detail regarding service levels. It includes performance metrics and reflects the feedback provided to us by each city manager and police chief over a 2-year planning period, as well as the feedback from surveys that we received. The agreement does not include services for injured wildlife. The updated agreement focuses on the services that Contra Costa Animal Services is mandated to perform in your community as your animal service provider. Injured wildlife calls fall within the jurisdiction of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. The agreement does not include spay and neuter services, adoption program, pet retention, etc. Services have never been included in any of the city agreements. They're not mandated. They are funded through the county's contribution. If those services were included in the agreement, it would likely cost well more than what cities have been mentioned they're able to fund. not apply for Measure X funding. We were advised by the county administrator's office not to submit a request for Measure X funding. We did draft a proposal for Measure X funding, but ultimately it was not permitted to submit the proposal for consideration. That the city's per capita rate increases while the county contribution remains stagnant. So the county is committed to partnering with cities in supporting animal services. However, the county does not have the obligation to subsidize city animal services under state law. The alternative to providing mandated animal services is for a city to take on these responsibilities themselves. Though contracting with the city to provide services generally ends up saving cities money. The city of Antioch, as Mr. Murray mentioned, provides their own animal services. Last year, their cost for animal services for their population was $2.2 million just for their city alone. Costs are proposed to go up because they're looking at adding 4 additional staff to be able to support that. To provide you a cost-effective, efficient service for your cities. If the city wants to add services and they want to pay for additional services, we're open to having those discussions, but we have to recognize that those discussions take time. They also have a cost that's associated with them. And we want to provide the best service we possibly can. It has to be a cost-effective service. Next slide, please. I wanted to touch on the Pinole shelter since we talked about it the last time I was there. And I was really hopeful that I was going to be bringing you different information. You can go to the next slide. The city members, you all have seen this information in my prior presentation. We are currently in negotiations with a nonprofit group to take on the building in Pinole with a plan to provide additional animal-related services for the residents of Contra Costa County. I go into any more detail than that. I had hoped that it would have been finalized so I could have shared this with you all first and foremost. I promise that as soon as we have information that I will contact Mr. Murray and we will make sure that we present to you all the news or at least provide it to you as expediently as we can because we know that it's very important to you. But you need to understand that it's also very important to us to ensure that we get the right agency in there that will provide a service that is affordable and accessible to members of our community. Next slide, please. It's the end of my presentation. I thank you very much for the time. And I know that you all may have questions and you have residents that have questions.
Thank you, Director Ward, for your presentation, and thank you for your patience. And I do apologize for our technical issues. Not only you waited, but also you had to wait longer for those slides. So sorry about that, but we are very happy to have you. You're welcome, ma'am. I will first turn it to members of the public for public comments, and then I will turn it back to City Council.
Yes, caller, telephone caller, last 4 numbers 5748.
So Rosebrick, good evening. Please go ahead, make your comments, and Director Ward will be getting back to you either via email or after the meeting.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, we waited this long for Ms. Ward and or Mr. Steve Bordo, her associate. If he's still there, I'm surprised. But I think she owes the public a response tonight, not later. But in any case, just to give you some background so the public can associate what was going on and why we're getting these tax increases for about 17.5%, which I think under the situation, you closed the Pinole shelter down without any formal public notice per se, other than the advisors taking part in a vote that, and yourself last summer, or was it the summer before last, to vacate Pinole Animal Shelter. And all they did was post signs up there. They had no public support information announcements by mail or through city council meetings or anything else for the whole West County. And then people go there looking to drop off animals or rescue animals or adopt animals, and they see half a dozen signs on the building. And those signs are still there, I may add. So you can spend any time to get out there with your all your staff or one person to upgrade the signs to the public. It reads temporarily closed due to COVID, not due to budget problems, not due to somebody's financial statement moving forward, but just closed due to COVID. And then the rumor was out, so people called your office and found out that the supervisors voted it down because they said it was a cash drain on the county and animal services. So they decided to shut Pinole down with no information about alternative sites or future proposals or what have you. Another rumor was floating around that, well, they closed the building because the landlord wanted us out of there. So that's why we have to shut down the building to Pinole. So I think it's temporarily closed, but it's not temporarily closed. And so I guess we're going to have to ask what kind of services are going to be provided under the new regime for the nonprofit reopening in Pinole in the near future, and what is the estimated opening date. And you know, you're cutting all these services to Pinole or the shelter. Therefore, I think if anything, you should hold to the old contract and give us a one-year renewal on the old contract to see how you perform, not how we perform. So for the next year or two, you should be held accountable with performance standards under the new agreement. So I wouldn't approve this.
Thank you, sir.
At all.
Then we'll go to the next citizen who wish to talk. And tonight we have Irma report, please. Good evening, ma'am.
So, and staff and public, and hello, Beth. I've spoken to you a couple of times. Thank you for my phone call. My biggest concern to all of you is there was no public notification, information. It was only through the managers and chiefs. It was a bigger administration meeting that was held, no public input. And in my opinion, Mayor and Council, I have received more information that I can read in a week. I think we need to allow the public more information. There's a petition on Nextdoor, over 1,000 signatures whom want more questions answered. My thing tonight, thank you, Beth. I appreciate your presentation. There's a lot to be had, a lot more questions that I have. I would like to see the council continue this this resolution, and if approve it, next council meeting, put it on the consent calendar so we can get all these answers, all these questions answered. We have till July to get this contract. And in my opinion, the Pinole Center was closed. I have a letter here, September 2020 and February 2020 to our city manager. And why we weren't told prior to all this going on, I don't know. But the reason it closed was due to COVID-19, according to the letter. And then it goes on to say all the problems that the shelter had. Well, why didn't we have this before? The shelter's been open before. Now we found everything wrong with it, so we close it permanently. We in West County are hurting, and I say that with a lot of sensitivity for all of us. We have animals. I'm a senior. I can't go all the way to Martinez. West County is on this side of the freeway. So I do see that you said there might be something opening up. I don't know. I heard that the shelter was on sale and was bought by somebody. I don't know. And that's through watching some of the board supervisors meeting. So let's get all the facts on the table, find solutions, and Mayor and Council, continue this with all the questions submitted to Beth and all of you, and let's get answers to these questions, and let's do it right. Do it for the public, the community, the taxpayers. We want the right thing for these pets and companions that we have. We are hurting in this county, West County. So thank you, Mayor, and thank you for hearing me out. And I hope you continue and not pass this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Madam City Clerk. Do we have any members of the public who wish to talk tonight?
No, there are no more public comments.
Thank you. We heard you, and it was an excellent presentation, Director Ward. I will then turn it back to the City Council and also give you an opportunity, Director, after the question from the Council to add additional comments you wish to add. I will start with Councilmember Thomas. Please go ahead. Questions and comments, please.
Sure. Thanks for the presentation, Director Ward, and welcome to Pinole, even if it's virtually. I'm sure that you have seen the petitions that are circulating and a lot of the comments. And so I want to directly pinpoint one of the commenters that says this agreement does not outline these critical shelter services. And then it goes on to list a number of them. And can you just address if those services, if they're not in the agreements, but are they in animal services policies, or are they listed somewhere on your website? Just because they're not listed, can you explain how it is that those services are provided?
Yeah, so the Coalition is correct. These are critical shelter services. But as I mentioned before, they've never been outlined or provided through our city-county agreements. They're not mandated by any state or local laws or ordinances. They have never been supported just by city fees. They've been supported by our licensing fees, our service fees, and supplemented by the general fund, and on occasion, grants and donations from the public. So they are part of who we are because, animal shelters develop these programs for a couple of reasons. One, like spay and neuter, to help reduce the pet overpopulation and keep animals out of shelters. Adoption programs to help get animals out of shelters alive that would not be reclaimed by their owners. So these programs were developed over the century, not decades really, of animal sheltering history. And they've been supported by nations of the public or the funds for services that we provide are not something that is mandated by the state for the cities to provide. And that's why it's not been included in the service agreement. They're mentioned, but they're not included as part of the fee structure, unless the cities want to. If the cities want to give us more money to help support those programs and make them more robust, bless you. That would be wonderful because we could save more lives that way. But it's not something that is really a requirement of the cities we serve.
Okay, so those services are still provided even though they're not in the service agreement.
That is correct. The only service that has changed is the picking up of the sick and injured wildlife. Service that has changed.
Okay. And then can you also talk about, I believe since Antioch has their own animal services department, is it 18 cities that you're working on agreements with?
That's correct. 18 cities, and then we serve the unincorporated as well.
Right. And then can you tell me what the status is of the agreements? Are they all going to the various city councils in the last couple of weeks? And
that's correct. Yes. And I mean, literally, they'll all go between now and the end of June. And some of them we've presented to like their public protection committees already, as a precursor to being presented to their city council.
Okay, and when's it expected to go to the board?
So this is not, it's not required to go to the board of supervisors.
Oh, okay, okay. And then some of the comments, talk about, various issues. And just to, whether or not there's levels of services that should be identified in these various agreements. So if the city of Pinole were to not approve this, we're not looking at doing a custom agreement. And I'm sure that the county's not interested in doing a custom agreement or 18 different agreements with 18 correct. Different levels of service. Perhaps I did hear that, this could be sort of as a pilot, and as you continue to meet with the City Managers Association, that, perhaps there could be some level of service increases that could be folded in for the next one, but that would have to be consistent across the board for all 18 jurisdictions.
Yeah, what I'll say is that, I'm always open to hearing thoughts and ideas. Mr. Murray, he brought up the issue of what happens if they have a need for support overnight for a warrant. And our support to do that. And we took that under consideration and we added it into this agreement because we felt that other cities would also have that potential. But there's a caveat because we have to have staff be able to volunteer and get paid for the overtime to be able to do that. And so, but we did through and we tried to meet the needs of the city. Now we all, including I'm sure Chief Gay, nobody wants to do a warrant in the middle of the night, but felt based on what we heard that it was important to hear that concern and try to find a way that we could address it if it was to come about. And so, like it's been mentioned, this is the next evolution of our animal services agreement for our cities. It's a great step because it reflects the feedback from our city managers and our police chiefs and our residents, as well as being a cost-effective, affordable, sustainable program. Where it goes in the future, I think there's potential, but as I mentioned before, any of those proposals have to be taken into consideration. Because like you said, we can't have 18 different contracts so that if we go, if we cross over from Pinole to Hercules or something, then, the rules change. I mean, it'd be difficult for my staff to be able to do that. But there are other things that I'm not thinking of right now that we could consider. This is an opportunity for us all to provide the best services we can for our residents. And the way we're going to do it is by working together to find those solutions.
Okay. Thank you, Director Ward.
Thank you, Councilmember Thoms, Councilmember Martinez-Uben, and then Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Ward, for your presentation. I have a couple of questions, and also we'll be thinking out loud, hopefully along with you. Don't know if I have some solutions for you, but I do have questions. So first of all, that you worked to provide more definition in a contract that was previously one page and quite general. And now we have a little bit more specificity. Specificity is very helpful. Help me understand, because it bothers me a little bit when I see an automatic renewal. I appreciate the performance standards that are in place. So it leaves me to question, what if the performance standards aren't met? You did speak about a reconciliation report, and that is specifically related to actual costs. So we go back to this notion of cost effectiveness. Putting aside the cost piece to that cost effectiveness, very attractive notion, I'm left to wonder, what if the percentages in your performance standards aren't met? How will you assess that? Yeah. What will be included in that annual review? And if you do fall short, then how does that affect this automatic renewal, which I think we would not want to do, and I think you would understand, unless the performance standard would be met at all?
Thank you. And great questions. Okay. And some of which I might know the answers to today, and some of which we're going to learn together how that works through. The key thing here is that this is an agreement, and either party can terminate it at any time. You're not happy with this? Let's end it. You know, let's say 90 days, you give us notice. That's the way you can tell us that you're not happy, if that really was the case. But I don't want it to go there, because I care about us providing services to our communities and our animals and our families that live in Contra Costa County. So what we built in there is an opportunity and that has never been in another agreement, where in the fall of each year, we will gathering feedback from our city managers, from our police chiefs, and we will meet and have a discussion at the PMA and be able to say, is this working? Is it not working? And again, it could be working for one city, but not working for another. So our goal is to say, okay, why isn't it? What's going on? Have we seen, aggressive dog cases increasing in this particular city? Whereas in this other city, we've seen things improve, so we're not needed as much. Maybe we need to restructure our beat areas. Maybe assign how we're assigning our officers. But we have to have the feedback to be able to know, how are we doing? So until this agreement, this metrics, it took 3 years of us working together to develop performance metrics for our field officers, to develop reports so that, when our officers are, starting a call, ending a call, closing a call, we get the timing, we know how long it takes them to drive from point A to point B. Now I have the tools to be able to help evaluate that when I get feedback from a member of the public that they're frustrated at something a staff member may have been perceived to have done, maybe they didn't get a phone call back fast enough. I have tools now to look at call volume. I have tools now to be able to look at our response times. So this is all going to be it's a work in progress, but it's a work in progress together. It's not just us sitting out here doing a job and ignoring what everybody else says. And that's why we put those things into the agreement.
Well, thank you. I'm glad to know that at the time when the discussions about how the performance was done, that you will be listening to the variability that may occur among cities. I was a little concerned as well that because you're talking to an association, that you're looking for, as we usually do, consensus, right? Sort of like the outstanding issues. There may be those, but as well, there may be the distinctive issues that are pertinent or most relevant to a particular city. So thank you for being open to that. One of the services that I think perhaps becomes a lot more visible, more salient, are pets without homes due to the lack of spaying and neutering. And it surprised me that among the services that you listed, those were not the ones that were primarily or on that list of the most of the services that have been provided. But I'm curious if there's a lack of data because of who provides those services. So will the county, even though it is not mandated to provide such services, correct me here if I misheard that, will it be contributing funding on an ongoing basis? Or maybe let's not think out too far along down the line, but maybe the next 2 years during this pilot. Will the county be contributing its a share of its resources to spaying and neutering services?
Of course, because we see it as a key service to help reduce pet overpopulation. And we also know that it's a true challenge. I'm a resident of Contra Costa County, I'm a pet owner. And if I had a 25, 30-pound dog, I needed to get spayed. One, it's a little difficult to find somebody to do that, first of all. Second of all, it's going to cost me about $450, $500 to have that done. And for me, that's affordable, but it might not be affordable for my next door neighbor for whatever reason. And so we want to be able to provide low cost, affordable, accessible services. However, I mean, and this is actually a very big topic. There's a lot of challenges going on in the veterinary world right now. There's beginning to be a shortage of veterinarians. More veterinarians are retiring than graduating from colleges. More veterinarians are leaving the businesses because of the challenges of the business. There's a high suicide rate in veterinarians, unfortunately. And so we're starting to see some challenges in low-cost spay and neuter. We've seen that for the last couple of years, but starting to kind of elevate across the state. This is not just a Contra Costa issue. And we also are starting to see challenges for just routine things. I had one of my dogs fall and he broke his jaw, and I tried to get him in the emergency room. I had to travel to Dublin to be able to get him to be seen that day. So there's a shortage of veterinarians that is happening out there that is difficult than it is easier. But the county is committed to helping to make that happen to the best of our ability. In our budget for fiscal year 22-23, we've made a request of our CAO's office to increase the general fund to allow us to expand some of our spay and neuter services. And they graciously granted us an additional about $300,000 for fiscal year 22-23 to add staffing so that we can expand the number of services that we're able to give to the public. So I think that speaks loudly for the county's commitment to those services. We're not going to let them disappear. We're going to struggle sometimes. Like we struggled, and during the pandemic, we were struggling because, doing surgery, you have to have people face to face, and you have all these challenges, and it made it where we couldn't do surgeries we wanted to. So unfortunately, we had to do the ones that were in our shelter that needed care, but the ones that were elective surgeries from like a member of the public like me, I had to say, no, you have to go to your local vet because we have to focus on the ones that are in greatest need, because our role is to take care of the animals that are hurt and injured and people that can't get services someplace else. So sometimes we'll struggle, but our ultimate goal is always to be helping those animals and those people in our community.
Thank you. Does the CACS collect data so we have a sense of who accesses your services?
So we have it on like a code or neighborhood type data. we don't look at data as far as, we don't collect data as far as like income levels and or pounds or anything like that. We provide service to anyone that requests service at this particular point in time.
I'd like to think that for the
As long
cost
as they're Contra Costa County residents, sorry, I should go.
on the surface, it seems that this agreement or the cost of the agreement on a per capita basis is kind of like the cost of a sandwich these days, for each resident to provide services, but not all residents are going to be accessing the services that you provide. So I think that's why there may be, let's see, I don't know how to characterize it. I suppose there will be the advocates for these services and others who just are not interested and see it as a tax. As a tax or as a fee increase for no good reason because they don't access the services. So I think it would be helpful to indeed have be able to understand the profile of people who will access the services, because we might be surprised. And as part of the pilot project, that kind of information be collected. I'm thinking, fortunately, as a pet owner, I do access private services. But when the time comes, if necessary, I might need county services, still with the same level of income, just that the accessibility may be there. And if you want to provide services the best way possible, I think, yes, you continue providing them regardless of income level. But we ought to know, who is it that we're providing services to? Thank you. Those were my questions and comments for now, and look forward to the development of this agreement. It's a fascinating set of circumstances to me.
Thank you.
As the opportunity to evaluate how this will turn out.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez. I also would like to be time sensitive. It's almost 10 o'clock. Councilmember Murphy, Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, please go ahead. And then if I don't see any other question, we'll move on to make a vote. Please go ahead.
Yeah, well, good evening, Director Ward. Thank you for your time, your presentation, and for answering our questions. I just want to say I have been a benefit of your services or your department services, and I really appreciate your staff's graciousness and openness and professionalism. So I just wanted to say thank you, and thank you for being a leader of that. Most of my questions have been answered, but I did want to ask for your elaboration around one of the what I consider mythbusters that I read, and I'm hoping that you have some answers to them because it was a little concerning. One of your listed out I think it said a request around why not ask for Measure X funding. So Contra Costa decided to pass this past year or 2020. And, given the conversation we're having today in which it seems like you're going to multiple cities asking for somewhat of additional funding for what could be considered a county service, a county public service, a county essential service. I'm just wondering about the answer you gave, which was, to my understanding, that you all were not permitted. Is that correct?
And that is correct.
As to why you all weren't permitted if you're a county department?
The reasoning was that we did not meet the requirements that were given around the Measure X funding. And as you can see, if you look at the funds that have been granted, it's mostly around health services, mental health services, all those. And so unfortunately, at the time that it came into existence, not be considered. Now, could that situation change in the future? As the CAO's office has said, that's definitely always a possibility. And could the Board of Supervisors, change some of the requirements? Certainly. So we're always going to be there, believe me, my staff and I, we're always looking for opportunities to build on the services that we can provide to our community residents. However, we also recognize that there's guidelines that are in place that, you know, that sometimes it doesn't make it possible.
That was my only question. I mean, I just, you know, in my head, I'm just thinking about how might the opportunity that the discussion be different today. That, you know, I don't think that's your fault. I'm just saying that, you know, your intention there would be an opportunity for probably other additional funding for you all outside of coming to us, right?
Well, yeah, so the proposal that we did put together was a spay and neuter initiative.
Yeah.
That really was about what we felt, one, would benefit the residents, and also, you know, it floats all boats because it helps to reduce the number of animals coming in the shelter. It helps to provide more services to our residents. But again, I go back to, if cities want to pay for the spay and neuter programs, I'm open to having those discussions. It's just that as a general rule, don't necessarily, their fees don't incorporate into those type of programs. Although I will tell you, Bill Lindsay, back in 2016, he said very directly, he said, why don't you start charging us more? You're being asked to save more lives. We should be paying into those life-saving programs as our cities. That's what he was probably right. But it wasn't the right time to be doing that for our cities at all. I mean, costs would have gone up extraordinarily.
Yeah. Yeah, well, thank you for answering that. Like I said, it's a tad bit disappointing, not so much you all's intention, because I appreciate your intent to apply for funds, but just more so it's now circling back to, you know, what is seen, even if it's not actual, what is seen as additional tax on top of a tax that voters just approve on, which could have, you know, been prevented, it seems like.
Yeah. I hear you if people are thinking of it as a tax, but it's,
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem.
For
asking the questions and clarification.
Yeah.
Any other questions, sir?
Oh, no, thank you.
Director Ward, I want to just let you know that Pinole is a friend of the county. And whatever is successful and good for the county is also good for the city of Pinole. And we want to make sure that you understand that we are a partner. And even though you did not get money from Measure X, I would like to let you know that the city of Pinole was fortunate enough to get approximately $2 million per year in helping us opening the fire station that has been closed for the last 20 years. So it's not always what we get, it just goes to the community and it comes back to all of us in some matter. And whatever is good for Pinole is good for the community, and whatever is good for the county is good for Pinole as well. So I believe in long-term relationship, and we are here to help each other. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to move on into the vote and make anything. I see one more hand raised. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, please go ahead. And before I do, is that a question? I would like to make a vote here.
No, it's a question.
Okay. I will let you ask that question, Director Ward. Before I let you go, I will let you close with 3 minutes of closing statements of anything you would like to add that you have not had the opportunity to add tonight. And after Councilmember Martinez-Ruben, I will let you close and the council will vote on the resolution. Thank you.
So Director Ward, and last year's presentation, there was mention of mobile, I want to call them mobile clinics. Correct me here what they're called. And I don't know that they happened. I haven't been tracking that for as a service here in Pinole. But I think, you know, to help remedy, if you will, this perception that the services are not there, I think as you very much are aware, it's because of the physical location to us is closed. And so that puts a big damper on on providing the service that you would want, right? So are you at all inclined to provide those mobile services sometime in West County in lieu of the field service or the administrative service or combination, just as another mode of service? You know, here again, working with the notion of the best service possible. The best service possible for a number of residents is diminished distance between here and Martinez. It may not seem long for those of us who drive, but it is for some. And so if we work together, that's one activity I think that perhaps could be further enhanced, collaboration with the city, and what pieces of that, you know, to be determined. But seeing the service here in that manner, perhaps will also help in this notion, perception that so much has not been offered as it used to be pre-COVID.
I understand, and thank you. So three things. One, they mentioned the building in Pinole is currently under negotiation with a nonprofit group that will provide a service that will benefit animals and their owners in not just West County, but really all of the county, because I'm sure people will travel for their service that they will be providing. I just can't go into the details around that because it is in negotiation at this time. Two, mobile services. We are all about trying to figure out the best way to provide mobile services. We are still challenged with COVID-19 when we're talking about putting people into a small mobile van that is a minimum of 3 people to provide a service, because when you're doing surgery or when you're doing vaccines or whatever, you have to have somebody holding animals, somebody recovering animals, a veterinarian doing them. So it makes it very difficult to do, but we are pushing the limits to look for opportunities, not just for having us do it, but also working with our community partners who are getting their mobile units up and going to come and visit our West County. And so we're committed to doing that. And then the third one, but could be 20 years off, is if you listen to the Board of Supervisors meeting this morning, they were talking about their future land use, and they've identified that the future is to consider a West County shelter and an East County shelter. That does no framework around it at this time at all, other than we recognize that there's a need for it. So, but at least it's been brought up, it's been discussed, and we have opportunities to explore for the future. So I guess my 3 minutes, I'm not going to really take 3 minutes to wrap up. I think we've hit a lot of major key points in our discussion tonight. You know, I just want to underline, you know, that it just codifies everything that we're already doing in the old agreement, and it puts performance metrics around it, and it allows us to have discussions on how we can improve, how we can better the service in future years as partners to services to the Pinole residents. Hope that you all would consider approving to help us to progress to the next level. Again, I know the multi-year agreement was a concern, but as I mentioned, it actually could be ended at any time by the ability to do that. And it's our hope that you will support the next stage in animal services for the city of Pinole. And we're looking forward to continuing to work with our partners. The city staff are nothing but stellar. We enjoy being part of Pinole. So, you know, thank you for consideration and for taking the time tonight to listen to my presentation.
Thank you, Director. report, and thank you for your patience and being able to answer to all those tough questions. We really appreciate your work, Director. Thank you. Then I will turn it back to the City Council for vote now, please. So Member Martinez-Uben, please go ahead.
I move that the council adopt the resolution for staff recommendation.
I have a motion. Do you have any second here?
And I'll second it.
Seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Madam City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms,
Yes.
Councilmember Taves,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Excellent. Thank you very much, and congratulations all, and thank you for your patience. And just to state to everybody that it was a time critical item, and we couldn't wait any to the next agenda because we have a very busy agenda on June 7, and the following one. I think this needed to be adopted by a specific time frame, and we also moved this item at the letter as much as I could during this agenda to give the opportunity to all the members of the public to express themselves. And you provided plenty of explanation, Director, as well. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you soon.
Thank you all.
Congratulations.
Have a good night. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Excellent. That concludes item number 12, which was new business. And now we'll turn it back to item number 13. Madam City Clerk, citizen to be heard. Anybody who has not talked previously is welcome to talk now for 3 minutes.
Yes, we have Cordell Hindler. Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Salimi, Council. My name is Cordell Hindler and I'm a Richmond resident. So I would like to invite the council to the El Cerrito Chamber of Commerce Mixer this Thursday from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Berkeley Country Club. Tickets are only $40 a person, so you'll get more information. Then that's one. And then number two is what I was going to say on the consent calendar earlier regarding the quarterly report. I was going through it, the packet, and I was appalled. When I looked at the amount of for economic development, I said $80,000. I said I was appalled. I said because if I were to purchase a property in Pinole, which that's something that's being hypothetically, I would look at the condition of the building, and I said I would not see no potential tenant having a place in there, having a business in there because of the condition. And the reason I say that is because I talked to a business in El Cerrito, and for what the owner told me, he said that he pays $25,000 a month for rent, and I said that is unheard of. I said I would not pay that much money in my life. Business owners can barely make ends meet. So if they want to relocate their business to Pinole, that's something that's a very scary thought. So I was concerned about that too. And then number three is as I mentioned it before last time, I've talked to other cities neighboring cities in West County, and they have an assistant city manager because that person would represent the city, like whether they're attending like city council meetings or conferences or that type of thing. And I think that my concern is that not having an assistant city manager not being filled is very critical because for what other cities have done is like city managers, they get overworked. And it's like, it would be great if they had like divided the workload. And it's like, it makes more sense for the assistant city manager to, to handle that type of work. So I'm going to keep bringing it up each time. So with that, I'll save my comments for next time.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. No more comments?
No more public comments.
Thank you. That concludes item number 13. Now I would like to move on to item number 14. I would like to adjourn to the regular City Council meeting of June 7, 2022 in remembrance of Amber Schwartz. Amber Schwartz was kidnapped on June 3rd, 1988, which is before our next council meeting of June 7. I also would like again to think about her and her family and her father who also passed during a line of duty in the city of Pinole. Thank you very much and see you on June 7. Good evening.